Oh, you're here. Great, that's nice. Can you hear me all right? I guess I'll ask this question yet again. Can you hear me okay? Am I coming in loud and clear? Can you hear me? Can you see me? You better be able to see me. I mean, my God, if you can't, that's your loss. That's all I gotta say. Can you see me? Can you hear me? Anybody? Anybody? All good. Okay, I'll take that as a yes. Okay, here we go. To be honest with you, I'm not feeling too hot. All right, I ate a couple of cockroaches, and I gotta be honest, they had something in them. I don't know if they've been munching off of the guys I've trapped down here or what. You know, human skin, pretty poisonous. I don't know if you've tried it, but it's pretty disgusting. Quite frankly, I don't feel like doing this. I don't got the energy. I've been hungry all night. I haven't felt hunger in like 250 years, so I don't know what that's all about. It's worse than throwing up, I'll tell you that much. I'm used to that. I mean, you know, anytime you get embalmed, your blood kind of mixes in with it, the blood that remains there, it pools, you know, and the gut expands. You've all seen that. Have you seen those graves where, like, if they're not climate controlled, like, bodies, like, will leach the fluids everywhere? Anyway, crazy stuff, I gotta be honest with you, but I seriously don't feel too good. So instead of me doing any talking and having to entertain you moronic spirits who don't really appreciate the hard work that I do anyway, so why should I care about you? I'm just gonna let these idiots talk while I take a nap. Oh, God.
Pretty sure that one is straight up dead. Actually dead now. I think
It hasn't been looking too good for the past few days.
No.
There's a trick to this. Worms. No. Level up.
Oh.
5?
No.
No.
Oh, it was a joke. Welcome back.
That was the most horribly wonderful dream.
You dream?
What was your dream?
I haven't dreamed in months.
I was a little bit shorter, a little bit lighter, with green skin.
Yeah, I thought that was coming. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, it's the same
No,
thing.
no,
It's
sounded
not a
like-
dream.
Did you
It's
see
very
the sun
decayed.
in your dream?
I sounded like.
Something very different from myself.
Now, why would you sound like that?
Why did I sound
Worms?
like that?
Worms? I can get them out again.
No,
We
it's
went
crayons.
through this hole in the
his-
collarbone last
No,
time.
no.
His were the crayons.
Thank you. Thanks.
I just saw my entire life. I just saw my entire life before my eyes. I think I fell asleep. I saw everything. The carpet store. The carpet store.
Carpet store. That's a new one.
Yeah, it fell over on me. That's how I died.
Oh, shit.
I want to be a dwarf again.
No.
I want to be a dwarf again.
No.
You don't
Think
die
about the
in
bright side.
buildings
If
fall
on
you
you.
die at the carpet store, that means you get out of here.
I want to die at the carpet store. I don't know why. My wife left me for Jim. I want to be a dwarf again. Grim, I want to be a dwarf again.
Let us level up, Grim.
I want to be a dwarf again.
Grim, I want to level up.
Please.
You guys want to see something
I
really
want
cool?
more power.
You want to see something cool?
No,
All right, I hear you. I got you. You want to see something really cool,
I want
though?
to be a dwarf.
You see, last week when you guys were sleeping, I actually instilled a few of my custom spells into your psyche. You want to see something really interesting? When I snap my fingers, all of you are going to die. You're going to experience actually what it's like to be
Not at the
dead.
carpet store.
Have you ever wondered what it would be like to die?
No.
Like, you're not going to actually die, but you're about to experience what it's like to be dead.
Okay.
You ready for this?
No.
Don't play with me on this.
Oh. Like, what? Oh.
You're dead! Get lower your head! You're ruining the illusion! Ah, come on. Now I'm gonna do what every necromancer's dream is, to rip them back from the sweet relief of death. Everyone thinks that dying's the problem. No, and dying's not the problem. Coming back is the painful part.
Ow.
was at the carpet store again. I was at the carpet store again.
Feels miserable, doesn't it?
Yes!
Welcome back to the land of the living. You see, I got it pretty good, right? Half dead, half alive. I get the best of both worlds. None of the headache. I don't wake up with my back being sore. I don't got any nerve endings at work anymore anyways. How about we get started? I'm tired of talking to you guys. Shut up. I'm done.
Screaming.
Oh, man. Honestly, I feel like garbage. Welcome back, everybody, to Grim's Dungeon, the game show where 5 contestants compete to win fabulous prizes.
When are we seeing those prizes again?
Prize is the level up.
Whenever we get
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Whenever Big Daddy Grim gets paid. All right, that's what he said. Welcome. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We appreciate it, of course. To session 14, 15, 19, 25, 14 of Arc 2. Yay! Welcome back, everybody.
Actually die in a carpet store.
What was that about? What?
Yeah, that was a new one.
I don't know, man.
I saw the tears in your eyes.
Very here
man.
for it. You really did. Yeah.
You know what?
You had
Totally
full
didn't
tears.
pick up your tears. The camera is
No,
off or not.
but we
know.
I felt
But
that.
we know.
I felt that in my
No,
soul.
I
there
saw it.
were-
I was like,
There were like legit tears
Yeah.
there. It was
Yeah.
I
wild.
saw them. I was like, man, what is that in the camera framed?
It's a
Full
secret,
send.
secret
Is it a
trade
sword?
of the acting.
The sword?
Interesting.
What's
Has
it
it always
picking up?
been in the frame of the camera?
Yeah, the
What?
sword?
I think so.
Absolutely.
No,
has.
no. This thing.
Oh. No, it's not always been
I
there.
thought it was slightly more blocking my view of you than usual.
That's all right. When I
It
turn it
happens.
back on, I can readjust it. Anyway, welcome back, everybody. We thank you so much for watching. Tonight we've got a special one for you. It's a very interesting one that I've handcrafted. A lot of props, a lot of goofiness going to go around, a lot of probably terrible decisions,
Yeah.
and
Oh,
not
as
a lot
always.
of time to do,
Torin never
to
makes
do
bad
any of it.
decisions.
That's just the
Um,
character,
not
guys.
his thing.
What?
Just bad decisions is all of our characters.
Yeah, I mean,
That's just my
look,
character.
like,
Speak for yourself.
Yeah, no, I honestly trust Claire
Mr.
the
Go
most.
up and look at the
I'm
puddle
doing
with
fantastic.
grug.
Well, Torin would argue that we've
oh
accomplished.
yeah, this sounds fun.
I would argue that we've accomplished everything we set out to do. That makes us pretty good at doing shit.
Yeah. So you're the ends justify the means kind of guy, huh? I gotcha. Anyway, welcome back. I am super excited for tonight. Hopefully you are as well. If you're watching from home, which you obviously would be, given the fact that this is online, or maybe an airport.
Yeah, it's filmed in front of a live studio audience.
Filmed in front of a live studio audience, maybe at some point.
They
That
never
would be pretty
clap
funny.
though.
Never, because there's nothing to clap for. This is probably one of the single
There's
worst
kind of
shows
like
ever.
a smell with the
You know.
audience. I don't know. If they never leave. They kind of like they're hunched over and stuff.
Yeah, usually change out studio audiences, but
I think that guy's pooped
been the
himself at
same
least 4 times.
Which one?
He's
You?
giving me the eyes.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's a mirror.
Oh my God. He keeps staring at me.
Anyway, welcome back. For
Savage.
wherever you're watching us from, welcome back. If you're on the podcast, thank you so much for tuning in. This is Grim's Dungeon. I have no other updates. We're kind of going, we're going, right? We're doing things. We are about to do some stuff if you're in the local area, which what local means is relative to those who know if we're local or not. But if you're in the local area, be prepared to see us around and about. Some posters might be in your local establishments, and there might be some other things involved with that might be interesting. So if you're around, pay attention to that.
You can definitely
Also,
join our cult.
join our cult, which is done through Discord, ! Discord
Yes.
in the chat, or actually lower down, not ! Discord, that's back from when I streamed in 2020, dark times. Down at the bottom, you'll see a Discord icon. You can click on that and join our Discord. We don't have really a real purpose for using it yet, but once we get a little bit bigger of a spread, people are in there, we're going to be using it for GM advice and player advice, all that sort of fun stuff. So sort of like a one-stop shop for all the people who love to play these games. Come up with custom rules, help each other out, that sort of thing. That's the hope. So take a look at our cult. Join us.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say that we're probably the only cult that doesn't ask from anything from our followers. We try to give you everything. Everything that we have. Every freaking thing. I'll take this shirt off for you right now.
I will stop him.
Sorry.
I will stop him.
It's part of our cult.
You know, good old Twitch TOS. But actually, wait. No, it'll be fine.
Yeah, nowadays it'll be very fun.
Now
I guess
you tell me.
this is gonna be in.
Now he's made aware.
Yeah.
Hey,
Hey,
And we
go-
thought that the tank top was a little much at first. You know, we were
Yeah,
like,
well, and I brought in
no,
the
right.
off-the-sholler one.
Yeah,
I know
right.
turned a lot
How
of
about you settle down there? Settle
Yeah.
down
It's
there.
not
But
Valentine's Day
anyway,
anymore.
hey, go look at our shorts that we
Yeah.
totally post every other day, weekly. You know,
Sometimes.
weekdays.
When Morgan does his job.
Yeah, okay, look, I was moving.
they exist.
Yeah,
good.
you should go check out our latest short. I actually like it a lot. It's really funny. It's just showing one of the more lighthearted moments that never are occurring in the
Never.
show. Everyone's just depressed when they play this game.
Yeah.
What can I say? Do it.
That's why we keep coming back.
Hey, it's part of life.
Yeah.
You must
I just
balance in
wanna
all
feel
things.
something.
Kidding. League of Legends. Hate
What
that
is
game.
it?
Anyway, I love it. Give us money. Yes.
Symbiotic relationship dependent.
What?
Codependency.
Bring it back,
Enough.
bring it back to life.
Enough speaking. Enough speaking. Go check out our short. Join us on Discord. The usual stuff.
Follow
Either
on
way,
Instagram.
follow on
That too.
Instagram. If you're watching on YouTube, hi. I'm glad you made it past the intro. It's the first boss, as it were, the Udix
Come on,
Gundyr
I
of
like
Dark
our
Souls
intro.
3.
Wait, are you still here
Uh,
watching? Are you like
the
seriously?
boss.
I don't know how many minutes it's been. You're still here. Wow.
Yeah, get out of
Kudos
here.
to you.
Yeah.
You haven't skipped ahead? I would have flat straight. I would have skipped to like wherever the little activity bump is. I would have already.
Yeah, skip right there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Let's get started. Enough lolling. What do you say? What do you say? What do you say? What do you say?
Slattown!
Let's
We're coming
go.
for you. We're free! Freedom!
Kind of.
Free at last. Free at last. Not quite.
No.
Let's recap. Our party in Arc 1, at the end of Arc 1, decided it would be in their best interest to get manipulated. Can you stop talking?
Yeah, I was about to show
What is happening tonight? Where's the respect? Do you guys remember when we first started playing? Everybody was so respectful. They appreciated all the hard work I was putting into this damn show. Every
don't remember that.
piece of blood, sweat, and tear. And now you guys talk over me, act like this is a joke. Well, I'll tell you what. You're gonna laugh when I fire you and you see this explode. This is like I just said, not even 10 minutes ago. This is the best show ever to be made. So it's your loss, anyways.
Yeah, okay.
Exactly what she said.
Yes.
It totally wasn't. This is the worst show ever. Anyway.
I remember our last meeting. You didn't even want to be our Grim Daddy anymore. You just
No,
wanted to
not
be
really.
Grim.
I filed a harassment suit through HR, is what I did.
We kept showing up.
Now we gotta find the stepdaddy Grim.
Yeah.
I have daddy issues now, so I rebel.
Anyway, can I do the recap? Do I
Yeah,
have you
okay,
guys'
that's-
permission? Do you guys want the mic? You know, what we should do is, instead of having like these hard mics here, have some laughs. That way, even when you go to the bathroom, you can make a mockery of all the hard work I put into this. How about that?
Now,
That work
that's
for you?
that's a
Let's see,
streaming
That's
idea.
nice.
It's the bathroom
Our
episode.
2-minute shits.
Like,
Grim's
like the
Dungeon
Dungeon.
Dungeon.
in our studio, we have like one of those, you go to a baseball game, you have like the urinal troughs.
Oh god.
Yeah, the worst. Like, I always love to hear like people that aren't from the U.S.'s reaction to that if they're not used to something like that.
Perfectly
See Paige.
curved to splatter
Jim.
in every direction.
It's
It's like
horrible.
Step Brothers.
I don't
Horrible.
believe
She
she
lives
lives
Like,
like
I'd
leg.
rather just not.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Or just go
Anyway,
into
the
the
game.
toilet. Like, I might not into the stall. See you later.
Anyway, different
maybe-
worlds.
Different worlds for sure.
She looks
In
so
this
good.
world, everybody just urinates on themselves, so that's the difference there. During the end of Arc 1, can I get to start to play the game? My
I was
God,
agreeing with you.
is this what happens when you guys don't do like get here late and don't do your yoga? It's unbelievable. Like, yeah, they do yoga. Like, that's who does yoga? Like,
Yeah.
there's no goats here. What's the
Alright, now you're dragging it on.
Yeah.
Mickey Mouse looking?
Okay, I'll
No.
Anyway,
Pretty good.
at the end of Arc 1, our party unwittingly got manipulated into committing genocide, as we all well know. After fleeing justice, which was kind of a mockery of a courtroom session, they were forced out of the Ashlands that were actually becoming corrupted and up into the Bitter Creep. During this time, the abyssal corruption caused a time dilation. They actually spent what felt like a couple of days, but what was actually 4 months wandering around, confused, not sure where they are, completely lost in onto themselves. After encountering a long-lost individual, Sebastian, the brother of Annabelle, he suggests, since they have nowhere to go, to come to his hometown of Slattown, a place he hasn't been at in 14 years, and Annabelle left 5 years ago as well and has not been to since. There were some complications on the crossing. But after a few hiccups, they managed to arrive, only to find hundreds of rafts, just like theirs, in a line, a massive line, stretching what seems to be at least a couple of miles out from the entrance of Slattown. Refugees. Civil, being his usual self, pulls a trick on them and exposes them. They're actually all wanted. For some reason, somehow, someone has let loose that they are directly responsible for the death of everyone in the Ashlands and the current refugee crisis going on in the Slattown. And as a result, they were all spell-locked into unconsciousness. Waking up in a jail, they noticed that they were all nullified. Their bound powers restricted. They were unable to sleep, eat, go to the bathroom. They were in basically a magical stasis. After a brief period of time, they were explained as to what was going to happen. They were told that they were in fact being charged with the death of all those in the Ashlands and the current refugee crisis, and they were going to be put on a legitimate trial. And by all means, there was a very strong, do we need to go get tissues? No, before we get too far. Okay. A very strong possibility that everyone was going to get TPK. And quite frankly, they almost did. We did a little fantasy Law and Order where there was a variety of things that they could say or do in order to get out or not so well get out of their sentence. And after some pretty intense questioning, they managed to barely scrape by, sort of. Basically, the sentence for their crimes in the Ashlands are as follows. They have been cursed with a vision quest, a brand placed on each of their necks in the shape of an open eye, the eye of the Farsight Orders, is basically a damning sentence. If they don't do this sort of quest that they have set on their shoulders within 1 week and 1 month, they'll all drop dead on the day. What's that quest, you might ask? A folly quest. A quest to find Nirvana. A mythical place that, after Gate Rise occurred, every single halfling, least of all the Farsight Orders, see in their dreams this wonderful, beautiful rolling hills, green, luscious fields, this place of peace and harmony that plagues their dreams, that drives many halflings in this world past the Gate Rise scenario to rush out into the wastes in an attempt to find it. Their quest now is to find it themselves, something that no halfling has done before. You each were given the sentence, and that's where we'll pick back up.
So we're still in the courtroom?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, lovely.
Well, that could have went much worse.
I don't think it could have.
Why do you say that?
No one's found Nirvana for 30 years.
We're capable of doing
So we're
things.
probably already very close.
Yeah, we're able to do things.
We'll just
that
pick
other
up
people
where
can't.
other people have left off.
Exactly.
I like your optimism.
So you know very well. You're more knowledgeable than even Sebastian in this regard, since Sebastian's been gone for 14 years. You know that it's basically regarded as fool's gold in a way. Those who go after it now, 30 years after they start, are absolute idiots. It's sort of like, like almost like a Spanish, like a colonial Spanish court condemning someone to go find the Fountain of Youth. It's really, 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 really a death sentence. It's a nice way to kill you without actually having to stain anyone's hands.
And, more importantly, on our side is someone who's been searching for it for 14 years. They're probably the leading expert.
Right?
When you say that, I'm guessing you guys look over at Sebastian. You guys are still in the courtroom.
We're kind of like whispering to each other.
He stands in the shadows to the right of the magistrates who are on these nice seats. He stands kind of in the shadows to the right.
Mysterious.
His arms crossed. Emotionless, he stares at you all very pensively.
Well,
I wave at him.
He knows that we can do it. Look at the way he's looking at us.
I'm trying to wave him over to me.
He does not move.
That's probably why he wants to be our representation.
Annabelle.
What?
Those who defend us, do they carry the sentence?
I don't think so. Why?
Talking about Sebastian.
Oh, okay. So the implication is that it's a curse.
Yeah.
So he's a representative, like as he said to your
but
vision
he wouldn't
quest.
be first on, like, with us for defending us.
No.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
No, that would be one horrible court. Oh well, I'm not defending this person. No, let's forget it. I don't want to die. No. He's he has nothing to do with the actual death part. No.
Just looking at the magistrates at this point. Do we have access to any other records of others that have gone searching so far, or are we alone on this?
You, like I said, will have access to everything at your disposal here at Slattown. You have the library, you have the library.
A forge
Yes, we have a forge, big man.
to use.
Yes, if you know how to use it, fine. But you'll have to talk to the owner, of course. This is ridiculous. Your representative will explain the situation. Court is adjourned. Thank you all for coming. I'm going to go get a snack.
Thank you for your time. It was really nice to meet you.
The three magistrates walk, without a word. Variety of lawmen guards approach you and stand you up from the bench you were sitting at the front of the courtroom and lead you off down the stairs through the police station and back into the cell.
Wait,
Cell
I thought
door
we were gonna
closes.
get better like rooms after this in order to do studying.
Cell door closes and it locks, and the guards walk away.
Do you have any extra blankets out there or something?
Does our time start now while we're locked in a cell? Because that seems like...
Where's Sebastian?
I don't know.
Is he still in that corner, you think? Maybe he's thinking.
Maybe it's more of not a real place you go to, but a place you just arrive.
Ooh.
Like, I have reached Nirvana.
Oh, he's got a point. Remember that time we were just thinking about stuff and we were trying to get to the top of the freaking fief? And then you think about something and then you arrive there and then you think about it and then you arrive back with us.
I'm in Nirvana.
Oh, that time I landed in a forge and then I think you guys landed somewhere else. And then we all landed in the same place.
No, even if it is a state of mind and not a physical place, they want us to find a physical place.
Well, I want to go to
Oh.
Nirvana. I
Well-
want to go to Nirvana. He just sits there, closes his eyes. I want to go to Nirvana.
I don't think that'll work.
You'll
Well,
never know if you don't try.
different tact. They don't know where it is. Can't we just find some random place without a name and call it Nirvana?
No, they know what it is.
We
Do
don't
they?
What it is.
We don't
Maybe
know what
they
any of this is.
think
Annabelle,
they
what
know
do
what it
you
is.
know about
All
this?
halflings have the same visions. They all see the fields and
Okay,
rolling
fields is a good
hills
place to
and
start.
beautiful, peaceful Nirvana.
Is there oceans or something? Any other things to give
Can
away?
we build this place and tell them that we found it?
I don't know if that'll work, Claire. I think they really want us to go. But we can find it. It's the four of us.
It
Think
feels
about
like a
what we've done
place-
so far.
It feels like a place that I would recognize when I was there.
And I don't think this is a based on their judgment type situation. We have been cursed.
Well, we do have time, and I think that we should all start on
What do
different
you-
projects.
What do you mean?
Didn't we know, or like when that thing? Sorry.
Not based on their judgment.
I think it's based on a fact and not based on their perception of it. We can't fool it, I don't believe.
There is an arcane implication.
That's my
But-
understanding.
If the formulae was created, then there must be a solution.
Theoretically.
Well, as I said, I
If
think
it's a
that,
theoretical formulae or the arcane, and there is no solution, then it shouldn't kill us if we don't find it.
If it doesn't exist, it couldn't be. I feel like it could still be a curse, even if it doesn't truly exist.
There's truly no way to understand if that's the case or not, unless we understand the exactness of the curse that was. put on us. Witton's also going to go to the... You said it's more like prison bars kind of situation, or is it like door with a little mini window bar kind of?
They're bars.
Guys,
Yeah.
Kind of looking down the hallway, seeing if there's...
I make a whiskey.
Not at the moment, no.
Guys, as I'm saying, we've all been given an opportunity here. We're the best people for the job. Why did you want to go to a forge again?
She's good for studying. He's good for studying.
Yes.
You're good in the woods and in the wilderness and the chaos fields. You're good in the forge. I'm best fighting. I can't help in our library. You can help in the forge. We have
Absolutely.
things we need to do. If we're going to go find a place that does or does not exist, at this point it doesn't matter. What matters is, can we survive to even live the month and a week?
See?
So if we can't do that with the weapons we have right now, you need to work on them.
That
I
was
can
what I
listen
was trying to
and I
say.
can swing the hammer for you, but I can't craft.
We'll need a better
Would he-
raft than what we had last time.
Would he be able to help you in the forge?
Kind of like looks over at you, goes over and grabs one of your hands. Yeah, I'd say so, yeah.
That's good.
I've got a couple of things I can follow up on.
We need to have a good source of transportation. That raft that I made earlier, though it was very intricate to make, and it had its own very nice kind of style, I think we need something a little bit better.
Yeah.
And I can make something exquisite in the time that we have.
But to
What's
do
our
all
time
this,
period?
why did they lock us up? I'll go over to the bars and I smack it around and make some
I'm just
noise.
standing right
Hey!
there.
Can we go do our quest? Hello?
Maybe they didn't hear you. Hello?
Hello?
I don't know if you heard my friend Claire, but he was asking for some help or something.
That's
So-
Torin.
The voices echo. Hello, hello, hello. I'm Torin.
I like rocks.
Do what?
I like rocks.
Oh, baby, I want to
Well, it depends on the kind of rock, okay? Like marble versus granite. There's no comparison.
Comparison.
Why do you keep copying me?
And then,
I'm just
finally,
kidding, I know it.
after 20 minutes of deliberating and kind of talking, you hear footsteps echoing down. And the individual that approaches you is the civic defender. He stands there, his hands crossed, his eyes downcast, as he snaps his fingers and the cell door opens.
Oh, sweet. Thank you.
I walk out.
Without meeting any of your gazes, he says, "Follow me."
Are you?
He turns and starts to walk.
Are we still feeling the
Yeah.
suppression? Okay.
Do we have a choice?
Where else are we
Are
going?
you gonna not
you're
follow?
welcome. You're welcome.
Fredrick,
No, I'm sorry.
Get your ass up and
The
follow
question
us.
I'm asking is,
Uh-huh.
do we actually have a choice, or do our bodies move when he says
Yeah,
follow me?
yeah. You have a.
I stay still for a second thinking it's gonna force me, but then everybody
Yeah,
walks away.
same.
Wait up! I didn't realize
So
I
you
did
follow.
this myself.
Yeah.
We gotta go.
Go.
The defender, who is still, by the way, remained nameless, not even cared to give you his name,
I was gonna ask it.
keeps walking down this corridor and leads you through the same familiar patterns. He walks you from the prison, through the police station, up a spiral staircase, through the defense checkpoint, across the way into the upper echelon of the courts, down another flight of stairs, onto this long drawbridge. This portion of the city you have not seen yet. In this drawbridge, suspended and sort of intertwined amongst the rib cage, you can see through the slats below the ocean. And on it, hundreds of rafts, other structures floating, moving with the waves. A refugee camp. He leads you into a hollowed out chasm in one of the closest ribs to the exterior. I'm going to pause there. If there's anything anybody wants to say or do as you make this journey, you're welcome to do so now.
Hey, so I'm Torin. What's your name?
Perilous.
I'm sorry, what?
Perilous.
Is it with a P or D?
He just sighs through gritted teeth.
Alright, Bardlos.
For someone who just had a victory, you seem very sullen.
He breathes, and he actually stops. Dead stops. Right before you get to the ribcage at the end of this drawbridge. He turns to face you all and he says, "Perhaps that is the reason why I'm so sad. Is you all with your immense power don't realize that it is more than a zero-sum game. It is not about winning or losing. It is about the cost. Nothing changes. Look down there, do you see? This is your doing. You being here and being alive versus out there and dying or having your heads cut off, and makes no difference. It's still here. I take no joy from either. Meaning life or death. And to top it all off, I have the honor to lead you to a place that, and he looks at you, has just become vacant. For you all to stay. And he goes inside the rib, and he vanishes into the dim darkness in the rib cage.
Are we going to my home?
He doesn't respond.
I think he has a big misunderstanding of the whole situation.
Allegedly.
He doesn't care.
Do you follow?
Yeah.
Follow me.
Yeah.
So what you see is something none of you have seen before, actually.
The inside of a rib?
Well, yeah. It's an elevator. Ooh, interesting. An elevator constructed of a variety of mechanized parts. To Annabelle, okay, I guess this isn't much of a shock, obviously. But for those who have not been here, nothing,
about
this is quite unique.
Murder cabin. The gnome's got some
Slaughter
cool shit.
cabin.
That's
it
not
with
what
me.
I call it.
Say it with me. Slaughter cabin.
Slaughterhouse.
Yeah, and his name is
There it
Claire,
is.
not the Goblin.
Yeah.
Not what my notes say.
Sorry,
Last I checked.
Goblin to common or whatever the fuck you guys call your language. I get confused.
Anywho,
Is it?
no, it isn't. It isn't not goblin. Sorry, it
No,
isn't gnomish technology.
This is
It's
cool.
It is of a particular makeup, maybe local to this region, but not. It's not gnomish. Inside of the rib, I think you actually finally get maybe the sense of scale, whereas looking at Slattown from a distance or inside these closed off hallways up until now, it's been this sort of kind of hard to grasp location, the size of which is amorphous. There's no sense of scale. You were sailing 2 miles away from it. It looks like a city skyline in that regard. But when you finally cross this bridge, you get a sense as to what this city is. It is a massive ribcage, the size of which you can only guess at, and hundreds of various floating structures interconnected by drawbridges suspend inside of this domed area. Some are bolted to the side. A building in particular, if you looked up to your left, that is very, very, very obviously different, is this huge metallic crystalline structure that braces one of the back ribs, the thickest rib in the rib cage. And it in particular looks like it's floating there. It's not bolted to anything. It almost looks like it's floating. But maybe it has to deal with the way the light is reflecting off of the rib cage, or off of the crystalline structure. But it is quite an interesting sight. Nothing like any of you except Annabelle has seen before. He leads you into the elevator. Yeah.
Do I know what building that is? Like what the hell it is?
Yeah, that's simply called research and development. That's the
R&D.
only- Yeah, like research and development.
yeah.
That's all you know it as. And it's somewhere you actually have never been inside of. You have to get particular clearance. It's very
But my mom would have.
most likely. I don't think in this case it's something you would have asked. Honestly,
Yeah.
it's one of those things. It's just you don't talk about it. So I don't know why Annabelle would have broken that. I mean, it's up to you to decide whether or not you would have broken that stricture. But it's kind of this. We don't talk about R&D. As you get inside the rib and you get close to it, the bone doesn't look, for those who know what bone looks like any bone you've seen before. It's tainted almost. It's like the bone like you saw earlier. It's like this kind of tannish, yellowish hue, as if somebody had stained it with like yellow dye, but it is hollowed out. The hole itself is almost like 75, 80, 90 feet in diameter, which is quite insane with this circular bore. As the elevator goes up, as Perilous activates it, and it starts to move, you notice it narrowing as it gets closer and closer to the top. These little platforms jutting out for each of the 3 levels. And finally, you stop at the top. He gestures you out. Into Annabelle, there is a familiar sight. A certain cluster of homes, a lot of clusters of homes. At its center, a mansion. Gorgeous, carved from stone, ornate in structure. What?
Is this on the rib bone?
So imagine like these massive steel wires suspending structures. You know those those tree houses that people like do the nets? It's almost like that, except it's like hanging between. It's like floating, and like places are and people use other anchors to like build other offshoots.
That's wild.
So it's like a floating city, basically.
Wow, you could really do some damage here.
Yeah. Except all the wires are made of the same steel lined wire that allowed you to hold on for dear life to a demon. The demon fiend.
Just one of these ribs was out of place.
I am rubbernecking the shit out of this whole John. I was trying to say joint, but then
right. He leads you to a particular building that is the largest of them all. There are many windows. Imagine, if you will, almost like a pseudo-Gothic cathedral, as it were, but it's a mansion, floating, suspended in air. It is a bizarre sight. There's even a courtyard filled with flowers and other different types of trees, things that none of you have ever seen before, collections of plants that have long since gone extinct. All the windows, not a light, vacant, quiet. While all these other smaller houses, all ornate but smaller, are bustling. People are out, sitting, drinking tea, it would seem like. It's the early evening, so people are sitting out after dinner, relaxing.
What do the walkways look like? Are they mostly just bridges and
So
then platforms suspended?
There's a marketed difference between the platforms and the drawbridge you saw below. These are more ornate, more rigid, more structurally sound. They don't sway or bend. There's not a lot of give. They're almost perfectly engineered in that way. And they're all consisting of the floor, this polished, heavily polished bone. But you notice as you step, it grips tight to your boots, designed not to allow people to slip. To either side of each of the bridges you can see suspended over this area are actually nets to catch people from falling. Though there's a notable layer of dust and grime, which indicates perhaps that's not really necessary for such intelligent and high-class people. That would be indicated by these sorts of buildings. Yeah.
Are the people that are just out and about, are we drawing their attention, or are they looking our
Not in
direction?
particular.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Okay.
They're all in their own little worlds, and this is a very large town. I know this is a pretty rough map, but this is a pretty
We need a
expansive
scale
place.
here.
Yeah, where's the scale here? It's a pretty expansive town. Not many are looking up. You're not drawing much attention. There are people walking all across these bridges. If you were to take a look at them, they all look like nobles. Especially to you, they look like nobles. They look like scholars. Very traditional. Most of them, if not all, seem to be halflings. Those who are in some sort of uniform bear the mark of the Farside Orators, which you've obviously picked up just by listening in on the cues of the various people talking. Right. This tabard, this red tabard with the sigil in the middle of the eye. As you walk across the bridge, you enter the courtyard of this particularly fancy estate. Emblazoned on the front is the word Greenshire. As you enter the courtyard and notice all the flowers, Palos opens the front door to a dark entryway and gestures for you all to enter inside.
Are the flowers wilting, or are they?
They are. So you would know they are magically sustained, using not anything.
Yeah.
Anything. your parents, especially, I would argue your father is probably where you got your hoarding tendencies. And a lot of these items come from when they were working prior to Gatewise that sustain these sorts of things when it was less common to have them, or more common to have them around. So they're mostly Magitech items. Your parents aren't magical entities by any means, as far as you're aware. You've never asked. I mean, after Gatewise, all that stuff was cut off. There were mages, pretty common before them, but at this stage, obviously not. All sustained by various crystals infused with arcane energies, etc. So no, none of them wilt, but they all look unkempt. Meaning they've grown more. They're not maintained. The bushes are overreaching their shrubbery boxes. The flowers are overtaking some of the more light-sensitive plants, which causes them to shrink. There's no balance here anymore, where there once was balance.
It's more like a forest.
Now, there are fruit from one of the trees collecting at the bottom, rotting away. Palos gestures for you to enter inside.
Go ahead and enter.
Okay.
I'm letting Annabelle go in first.
So, as you all enter?
Yeah.
Okay. As you all enter, you see something unlike anything. Maybe something similar to a great hall, or something similar to a stone-looking... No. Maybe something akin to a feasting room. You might have witnessed something similar. This architecture does remind you a lot of your hometown. It reminds you a lot of it. Now that you all know, I think you mentioned during the
I said
session
Ebenheim,
that he's from Ebenheim. All very curious. It is something that Annabelle has seen hundreds of times, if not thousands. As you all walk in, there is a space. It's quite actually claustrophobic, surprisingly given the size of this structure, this mansion, this Gothic mansion. It is a very claustrophobic, kind of cozy room, filled to the brim with just things. In front of you is a grand staircase, but wrapping around in a rectangle fashion are hundreds of bookshelves, display cases filled with arcane and mystical wonders, things that I can describe if you go look at them. Placed everywhere you can imagine to read books. Windows, or surround windows filled with cheese that's still sitting there, completely frozen solid, rock hard. Plates and cups and things as they were when Annabelle's parents decided to leave. It is basically a rat's nest for an obsessive researcher. Books stacked, in some cases, off of bookshelves. But this place, hopefully I'm conjuring an image, is very old-fashioned, almost like a Gothic castle. Very interesting. There are hallways to either side of the grand staircase, which flanges out like you do with those grand staircases. Behind them, there are two hallways. Everything is dark, though. Paulus, as you guys kind of take in this sort of room, walks over to the left side of the grand entrance and puts his hand on what looks like to be a dial, rotates it to the right, and lights. Yeah. A variety of warm yellow lights illuminate the room, and a fireplace at the opposite end to your left. No, right. Sorry, forgot my layout. Roars to life. As you notice, there are even more comfy couches and other places to sit and read. This is the home of one of the privileged few that can afford such a thing at this time in history.
Palos, how long ago did my parents leave?
This is our home. For one person.
One person.
There were 4 of us.
Oh, sorry, you weren't supposed to hear that.
Sorry.
He points to a piece of wood, rarity, a piece of pure wood, not ash wood or anything corrupted wood, to the left of one of the grand entrances. It's a calendar. And there's one day that has been marked, the last day that was marked. And it was 3 weeks after you left.
Oh, okay.
If you'll follow me.
You got a really nice place here.
I know my way around.
I wasn't talking to you. He leads the 4 of you up the grand staircase to the guest hall. a lineup of doors on the left and right, about 8 on each side, 8 rooms. If you were to look in any of them, they're all essentially identical. I would say you can tell there's some arcane shenanigans going on in that regard. But he points you all to a room, and I would imagine if they're all the same, you guys take the closest ones to the staircase and the ones furthest back. That's up to you. Whichever door you want to open. I'm telling you right now, so you don't have to ask me.
Yeah.
They're all the same. There's no difference.
Exact same.
They're guest bedrooms.
Okay. Front left.
Okay,
Third
but what's
one
in
on the
room
left.
4? What if there's a great battle?
No, the other 4.
Oh, sorry. No.
The backwards
So I'm
one.
assuming take whichever
Yeah.
room you'd like, whatever makes sense for your character. You know that your room isn't in the guest hall. Your room is to the right of the staircase. Down you go, passing servants' quarters and kitchens, down the stairs. The one closest to the heart of the mansion. You see it. At the end of the hallway, a dark hallway, a door. Inscribed in the wood is Anne.
Yeah, I'm gonna go in my room.
Okay. Nothing has changed. It is identical. Despite being at its heart, using trickery that your mother was especially proficient at wielding with various talismans and arcane trickery, was able to create a giant bay window. The room, bigger than it actually is, as the footprint would tell you from the mansion's layout, is essentially what you would imagine for something like Annabelle. If you thought that the main entrance was crowded with crap, basically this room is in 2 tiers. There's 2 levels to this room, which was not designed to have 2 levels. The first level is crowded. Bookshelves line every single wall except the one with the bay window, in which it lines the bay window's circular nature. Using some arcane magic that your mother let you lend, which again is a resource in this world, you were able to make an anti-gravity spell to even put things up on the curved part to store things above. Even behind, on the back end of the door, there are bookshelves. Hundreds of books, all read, probably more than once. Curiosities, a bunch of trash that has no value whatsoever. A horde's nest covered.
Hey,
Somehow,
look.
even amongst all of this mess, there is an organization, a system, one that only you understand. Not even the greatest scholar could probably debunk how you've organized your room. The second floor, which is basically a netting variant of what you saw outside, kind of encapsulates the top half of the room. And in the middle, floating, is a cot. You know how to lower it.
Yeah.
A lever to the left-hand side of your door.
I'm not gonna touch anything. I think she just takes a few minutes sitting in this space that she hasn't been in for so many years. And it's just like that first time back home again.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not what she thought it would be.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not having changed at all. And I think eventually she's just scanning the room and will take one of her worthless trinkets, take one more and find a spot for it on her belt. And then I want to go back and find Palos again. I want Sebastian.
I see. Okay. So as you go to leave, when you open the door, something from your bookshelf falls out. A large object. A shield. Why you have a shield, who's to say? But it was at the top, covered in dust. It flails down. I want you to make a reflex saving throw.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Someone booby trap your door.
Someone
Who knows?
maybe-
Maybe
Honestly,
she
probably
did.
Sebastian or myself. That's a 21.
21.
Reflex saving? Yeah.
You manage to pull the door slightly further as it's falling, pushing it. But Ooh. Okay, I guess I can make that work. It flails down and strikes the lever that lowers your cot. And by the way, that's the only way you can get to the second floor of your room
Yeah.
is basically using your cot.
Yeah.
So you Yeah, that's what happens.
Oh, okay. Is anything, is there anything, like, strange about how did that happen? I think I want to figure out how I knocked a shield. Did someone set that to fall? Or is my room just that cluttered?
I think it's just that cluttered,
All
but
right.
I don't think you would be able to tell. I mean,
Okay.
it's already, yeah.
Maybe see a tripwire or something.
Could be pixies.
Well, if my bed is down, I'm gonna go lay down.
So you're gonna
Gonna go lay down and take a nap.
Oh my
Okay.
gosh. It's like, I'm gonna go find
I'm gonna go find some bed. Oh, shit. Oh. No, fuck this. Good night.
Annabelle is kind of ADHD.
As you walk over to your bed,
That's a peach.
you feel your endocrine system surge. There, an object that you have all but forgotten. When you see it, you can't even imagine how you've forgotten it, but you had. Your old plushie.
What is the plushie of?
What's the plushie of?
A lion.
What?
A
A
lion.
lion.
A lion?
A creature long extinct.
Hmm.
But it sits there, awaiting your return in your cot.
Yeah, I think.
Is it
I-
her sized?
No, it's a tiny little thing.
Dang it.
Okay.
So it would fit in Fredrick's palm.
No.
She does scoop it up
Yes.
and like collapse onto her bed.
So you touch it.
Yep. Yeah.
I hate.
It's my
I
plushie. I
hate
cuddle it.
That's
You can't. Okay, look.
So you
Thing
touch
we've
it.
seen.
So
So
you
you
touch
touch it.
Plushies
Yes,
don't
it's my
exist. Torin would
plushie.
just assume it's a monster.
It's
Okay.
Leo the lion. Fuck
It's
you.
Leo the lion, huh?
Yeah.
It's Leo the lion.
Leo the lion.
Show your
Well, upon touching it, a flash for just a split second, just a fraction of the second. You're in a cot, but not your cot, an infant's cot. Above you
No. No. I want to run away.
is a hooded figure. There are elf ears sticking out each side. You're unable to see their face, but all you can see is them lowering the plushie towards you. You flash back.
I'm just staring this lion down.
It's
How
so
old are you
cute.
again, Witton?
How old are you?
It's kind of like when Gandalf tries to touch the ring. He's like,
Oh God.
The eye.
I am just going to shake that off and ignore that. Yeah,
Good.
I think that's the way to go.
Going away in the vault.
Lock that one away. What the fuck? Anyway,
okay.
and I think that shakes her enough, like out of the like nap, and she goes back to going to go find and get
So-
Sebastian.
I'm imagining there's not much excitingness to happen in this room. I imagine you all get settled in your own way. You hear, about 20, 25 minutes after getting settled in, ding, 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 ding.
Do we all have our stuff?
Like, were we given
Oh,
our
yeah,
stuff
shit.
back?
Not yet.
Yeah,
Okay.
no.
No.
Are
So the
we
things that
still
were on
feeling
your-
the?
I'll get it.
Yes. Yeah.
Damn.
Ding,
Okay.
ding, 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 ding.
The water gets hot here.
So you guys,
Yeah,
Go to the back.
Witten would
Yeah,
go
go to
and
the-
see.
so you see before you all of your things.
Huh, well, what do
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
Great timing.
Yeah, great
I
timing.
wouldn't believe
All
it.
of your items piled up like you were staying at a hotel and like you're going on a cruise and they finally put your luggage in your room after like 20 hours of not having your luggage. It's just all stacked up there. All your armor, your gear, your sword, even your monstrous greatsword is there, though it's toppled over. And also a smell, food. Somebody has delivered food. Nobody is around, except of course for Paulus,
Oh,
who sits there with his hands
goodness.
crossed in front of your stuff, looking quite disappointed still, quite distraught.
I'm starving. I don't know about you guys.
If I could, I know you don't exactly, you're begrudgingly in your heart here. Would you be able to answer one question? Is there anyone here that can help with corruption in any way, shape, or form?
So he kind of smirks, and he says, well, of course there is. He's been working on you this whole time. All your chaos corruption is gone.
Oh! Okay.
Feels good.
Was that just like a gradual thing that we... Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we just never made sense to talk about it.
Yeah,
We
no,
were in
that's
the middle
fair.
of-
That's fair.
We're in the middle of it, you know?
You're lucky somebody didn't eat in the courtroom. I would have went crazy.
Oh, it's a good thing that's gone when the food's here. Uh-oh. Didn't I answer
yeah.
anything
Well
else?
said to make, it's fine.
Yeah, the walk here was tense.
Walk here was real tense.
Apologies on that. I was unaware of it. Thank you for the answer, however. And Witton's just gonna go wherever the food is, I guess.
I'm assuming you're all here at this point.
Yeah.
He clears his throat as you guys sit down where the food is. It's over by the fireplace. There's a table, so you're sitting on couches and chairs.
I don't want to eat it. We got our stuff back. I'm going through piece by piece and making sure that I have everything.
Are you all going to do the same?
Witton doesn't have a ton, so it doesn't take much time.
It takes
but
Annabelle quite a bit of time, and she's
Torin's
very
more
precise
interested
about
in the
it.
food.
I'm listening to Paolo.
Witton just makes sure that...
It's Barlos.
Last but not least, Fredrick.
His sword and armor, everything else is secondary.
Okay.
It's kind of how Witton feels about the pendant and everything else.
Are you sure?
Oh.
Fuck off.
Just check your inventory.
Look
I
for
had
the dagger.
to think about how Fredrick would look at
No.
things.
The dagger.
He would care. Well, he also knows he's leaving, so it'd be some things he
Well,
make sure he
I
has.
was
So
saying
yeah,
I'm sure-
he'd check his shit.
I'm saying, are you sure that's all you care about? Is what I'm asking you. I'm not saying, are you sure that's
That
what you
wanna
do? I'm saying, is that sure? Are you sure that's all you care about?
That's all he would need, but he also knows they're going to be leaving on a trip soon, so he would make sure he had all his shit.
I'm gonna call this player error. There is another object that I think Fredrick in this moment would have been thinking about quite a bit.
Oh yeah, the tear.
You drank that.
I thought I had the... Oh, I didn't have
You
time.
No,
didn't have
right.
time.
It was taken away.
No,
from
I was like, I told you it was gonna be a hard. The spell was
That's
not
right. Yeah.
not
yeah.
a simple
are absolutely
spell
right.
that was being cast.
He'd make sure they had that.
No.
You're missing something.
He looks over to you and he says, "You'll have to take it up with customs. I am not a bellboy."
Jeez.
I just need to know where to go. Am I allowed to go to them?
Tomorrow.
Thank you.
Speaking of which, I am legally obligated to tell you. Get rested. If you can. For tomorrow the timer starts. You have 1 week to prepare. Then you are gone.
A player question.
Hmm?
Because I never think. If we establish this and I missed it, I'm sorry.
Go for it.
How long is a week? Is it 7 or 10?
We'll get to all that. It's 7.
Sometimes in some settings it's
some
10.
settings.
Some systems and settings.
Systems, yeah.
Okay. It's a 7. Come
That's
on.
why I asked.
Yeah, no, 7's fine.
8.5. No more, no less.
I think it's been 7 for 1,500 years or something crazy like that. So I think we're, like in our own world, I mean, so I think we're good. Okay. He says, "Are there any more questions?"
Where did you get this food?
Where is Sebastian?
This is delicious.
He will arrive shortly.
Which forge are we allowed to go use? Who should we speak with?
Yes, you will be filled in by young Master Sebastian later.
Thank you.
I didn't know he was a smith.
If that is all, good night. And he turns around, walks through the entrance, closes the door behind him. You're all left.
Oh, wait! I run after him outside the door.
Okay.
I do have one more question.
So you open the door.
Yeah.
He's gone, but
Uh,
Sebastian stands there.
you're not Palos.
Last I checked, no.
Welcome in!
It is my house.
And I'm welcoming you.
I told you it was just one guy. I said it.
It's Olivan House.
I mean, who's all?
Me and Bash and Mom and
I
Dad.
swing the
But
door
for all
wide
this?
open to allow him
Yeah,
to
I think it'd be like your whole family
You're
or
so
something.
kind
Like
to
your
live in his own
cousins,
house.
That is kind of our whole family.
your granny, and
No,
I
that's
don't know if you have
kind
a papa or how that works
of- not that I knew.
for just 4 people.
Didn't you
Well,
live in like a giant underground city?
Yeah, but we all live together.
So you remember your parents actually built this with their own hands. Like it wasn't like some sort of like massive like expenditure. They sourced the materials and did it themselves.
Yeah.
Most of the ore is what we're looking for, so we don't have as much space for ourselves, except for a couple of places. Like castles.
What's
and
that
I'd like
supposed
to
to
see
mean?
it sometime.
No, hold on. What's that supposed to mean? Except for a couple of places.
Like,
Not wild at all.
I'd like to see it sometime.
Oh, you'd love it, Claire.
Is it still?
I don't know. With everything that's happening around here, I can't
Should we
imagine.
focus on something a little more important?
Now he wants to talk to us.
It's the allergies.
Welcome back, buddy.
Yeah, you've been really talkative after the trial. I'm feeling all right.
There's a timer on my lifespan. I'd like to not waste any seconds.
You're right. But first, we have to rest, just like they said.
And Sebastian's here.
If we wanted, we could
Thank
look
you. I think they
tonight
realize that.
through the things just here.
Do you know that the water gets hot?
I know. It's quite. Wait, you don't have hot. You're a dwarf. Don't you boil water?
Yeah, we boil water, but like in the faucets and stuff, you just have hot water in some places.
He's like. A reminder.
it
He's been
come
out there for
from?
14 years,
Yeah.
and he's still like. Okay.
Fredrick.
Yeah, right?
Fredrick, what's on your mind at the moment? What's first on your agenda, at least?
Well, as like I said earlier, I'm not good in a library. I'm not smart. I can't read that great. But you're good there. You have a knowledge there. I don't really know what you're useful for outside of the great things you survived us in the wilderness. So thank you for that.
Got good insight.
Yeah, sure. You're good in a forge. I'm good in a
Right.
fight. I can swing a hammer and listen to your instructions. So I think starting tomorrow, definitely the two of you should be researching. Whatever you think is good for you is good for you. You and I need to find a forge and get to work. We have 7 days
Well,
to
we
make
need to
sure
find
gear
a-
is ready.
Did your
Forge
tongue get cut?
and a shipyard.
Yes.
We don't know if we need a ship yet. Let's see if we can get details from Sebastian.
Oh, is it my turn to talk? That's so nice. I haven't heard as many words come out of your mouth this whole time. Talk.
That's what I said.
That's what he
No,
said.
it's a good thing. Don't stare
has
at
a
me
plan,
like
and
that.
it's a
a
good
good
plan.
thing. You need to talk. Otherwise, I'm not a mind reader yet.
He's our silent leader.
He's
Well,
not
he
ever
kind of
going
went
to be
crazy
like-
earlier when he was just like,
have much of
leave
a
me
sense of
in
humor."
here, I don't want to leave. But now he's kind of like, oh, now my life is in detriment.
I need you. That was my.
Claire,
that was
does
my
it-
Fredrick
Wait,
impression.
from what I'm gathering, you've had a hard time getting close to this man, and your reaction to when he finally starts to talk is to mock him.
No, of course not. I would never.
What
mock
was
him.
that? That was mock. Did you hear the mock? He made the mock noise. You heard it.
Does
mock,
he not
mock,
sound
mock.
like that?
Time is
I
essential.
was-
Not at the moment.
I thought it was pretty good.
How about you all stop talking? If time is so pressing, why don't you sit down, stuff your face, listen, open ears.
Torin
I'll
puts
talk.
down one of the sandwiches.
Everybody else can have one too.
Aye.
I imagine it's more like a euro since they're kind of like.
Yeah.
I
Yeah, some euros.
like it.
It's all your favorite foods, actually. They somehow were able to divine what you guys like to eat. Stuff from the front of the front winterlands, where it's just like roast, just a chunk of meat.
Big old leg.
It's like you guys just gravitated subconsciously to the plates because it's just very obvious. Grubs.
Also another hunk of meat, but in a different shape.
Oh,
Much
he
easier
loves
to
that.
eat for you with the sharpened teeth and all.
It's like a piranha.
Is it raw enough for you?
I pull it off, and there's just like a bit of red trickling down my chin.
Just the way Kyle. used
Not
to.
quite, but close.
And with that, it changes before your eyes to meet your exact specifications.
This isn't real food.
Starts twitching.
It's still alive! It barks at me.
So, first I'll ask you all, got any questions for me?
How did you think we did?
Oh, it was quite disastrous.
Is it possible, or should we just jump in the ocean now?
It's up to you. And he says that with like a very pensive look. I want you all, I know you're not asking for, nah, you know what, I'm not going to prompt it. You'll have to figure it out yourself. I'm gonna roll an insight check.
No, kind of. That's where I'm at.
Not insight.
Does he still
what is
seem
it
like
called now?
himself?
Yeah.
Okay.
He seems more calculated than ever.
Yeah.
Very, like this isn't.
Just perception.
I'll say just from your. This is. He does
Yeah.
not look shocked
Sense
at this
motive.
out like at all.
Yeah.
He looks very confident and calm. Even given your life being on the line.
Yeah.
You seem more... You don't seem as downtrodden as I would have expected at the outcome.
Yeah, you're really weird in the courthouse in the shadows.
Weird is subjective. I don't know what it means. All I can tell you is this. Justice, I guess.
Is there a
Cheers to
reason that the civil defender seemed so poignant on very specific details? He seemed very emotional on very certain individual things on each of us, it seemed.
The refugee crisis is worse than I thought. I have not been back in many years, but I have taken the time you were all in a cell to reacquaint myself with the goings and comings of people, things that have transpired since my absence. I don't know if this is true or not, but it is said that certain individuals have made their way to the refugee camp. Refugees that I'll say are not good for the city. How do I put this nicely? I don't want to disturb you any further than you already are, but these people have been committing crimes, one of which was against that man's daughter. Do you see where I'm going with this?
Yes.
She is no longer here with us. I'd imagine he probably blames you. Any other questions?
What's your plan?
My plan? To help you, of course.
Where
Should we
is
start?
Nirvana?
Well, if you ask anyone around here, they would say it does not exist. They would consider this sentence a death sentence, but as it so happens, you're in luck. For I am an expert, probably the only living expert on Nirvana.
See, I told you.
And I have no clue where it is.
Oh, well.
Do you believe it exists?
Oh, of course I do. I dedicated my life to find it.
Do I believe it?
What? What happened?
Do I
It
believe
was
it?
something said before the start. It's fine.
Oh, call back again.
Yeah.
Do I believe it?
Do you believe him?
Yeah.
Sense motive.
I don't know. Do you?
That's what sense motive is for. That's what he's asking for, I'm imagining.
What would... Do you have to throw a die or
Sebastian
something?
believe
Like,
himself.
Perception.
Well, that's what he's not just gonna roll without asking you if he can roll.
13. She pulled away.
I would say it's murky. Any other wonderful questions?
Is there like a good shipyard or something that I could learn how to make a really good craft for us to sail?
Unfortunately, the shipyard is gone. As you can tell, it's been overrun by refugees.
I'm sure you have books.
Sure, they're all in service. They're outside.
And then I could probably use some of the unused drafts. Use some
What?
of the-
Unused rafts? Do you see what's going on down there? There's not enough for everyone.
That
There's
is
just
unused
gotta be one
rafts.
extra. We
You're-
had one.
on a good path. What is our way out of here?
Out of this place?
Yes.
Okay, I guess we'll get down to brass tacks. He opens his coat and pulls out a sheet of paper and unfurls it. You can kind of glance over. It's just a series of notes. It's handwritten, probably his own handwriting.
Coat's so bad.
Do what?
Annabelle's like, oh right, the coat, and like holding that back.
The code of
pretty cool.
many things.
Let's ask about that. Is that the time?
No, probably not. You have 1 week, starting tomorrow, to prepare. My recommendations. I'll get to any second. You're going to have to prepare both mind, body, and spirit into finding nirvana. This is a cumulative effort of preparing yourself materially, getting equipment repaired, fixing yourself, any damage that has occurred, and also helping me find a lead.
A lead?
Where it is.
As far as
Like a
what
lead.
None of us took the investigator class.
as far as
different action.
What you've learned, would you say that Nirvana is actually a place here on Mourne?
Oh yes. It has to be, right?
Well, you
Or
know,
at least the ability to access it has to be here.
yeah, something like that. But you know, I've heard old stories of I don't really remember, but they had these things called portals. And you could walk through this portal into a completely different land.
The elves were in particular great at making portals. There's actually like a name for like portals. It's like automancy, something like that. There's like an actual casting discipline around portals. Anyway, I can't remember it. But they were exceptional at creating portals. And it very well may be that. Either way, doesn't matter. It is a physical place on Mourne, or a spell, an object, something that will allow us to go. If we do this, my people will be saved. Your people will be saved. There is plenty of room for all. I guarantee you. It is an honorable goal, is it not? After the nightmare that was the Ashlands, what a better way than to purify your spirit. A win-win.
Do you think that they would let refugees go to Nirvana too?
Oh, of course. That is what it is. It is heaven made flesh.
Well,
Do you believe Nirvana would be safe from the things that are happening here?
It has to be. For it is not here and it is here. You don't know much about the esoteric lore, do you?
No.
Well, allow me to explain. I can't. That's what makes it esoteric. I was messing with you.
You seem extremely sure of this, of its existence in general. How can you be sure it's not just some arcane spell or something that's given all halflings the same vision, just of something that doesn't exist?
And is there any other kind of people that live here and have also had the dream? That's a good point. Is it just, your people?
You're not a halfling. Neither are you. Though you're closer.
Why do you say that?
This is why I ask, though.
You're shorter.
My legs are pretty proportionate to my butt.
I'm actually 5'6". 5'8".
Higher.
5'8" now?
Yeah, it just keeps adding an inch every time.
Stuff more rocks in
If
my
you
shoes.
had the dreams as we do, you would be more receptive to the idea.
No, it's not that I don't believe you. It's just kind of what Witton was saying. It's like, if you are the only people to have the dream, is it, divine? Or is it more like, hey, somebody's trying to play a trick on you or something?
Trick.
What forge are we
Next
utilizing?
question.
Which forge are we going to be able to use?
There's only one. It is in the marketplace. Go there, you'll find it. It's one giant floating building, and it's an open space. You'll find it.
Do we have to have any... Do they know we're coming? Do we need to talk to somebody?
If you break the law, you drop dead. Then nobody needs to let you know. Just go when it's light. Go tomorrow morning. It all will be there.
I want to find
Guess they're not night people.
some allies. Where can I talk to Acklestead Esquire? One of the magistrates.
I'm trying to think.
Was he the one that was sickly?
They were the one that
Do they all
kept.
have houses like this?
Yeah, his house is pretty big.
They were the one that enforced the actual laws.
Yeah.
I'm afraid that will be harder than just walking up and knocking on a door. Any other questions?
How do you feel now that you're back home?
Good. Let's get started in the specifics. I have wandered the West for 14 years, and I believe I have come closer than anyone to discovering the truth behind Nirvana. I believe it has something to do with the Lithonians.
The what now?
The Lithonians.
Do we know who they are?
Lizard people.
That was Chan asking, or me asking Chan. Come on. Would we
Have
recognize?
I ever heard of
I look
lizard
at
people?
Claire.
So, I think from your, it's like a fringed study case. In a time of degradation, why study ancient history
Uh-huh. Yeah,
when everything's gone and lost? And it's like a luxury.
Mm-hmm.
So there's not many people who focus on it at all or think about it. Now, on top of that, when you were studying linguistics, you learned that the Lithonians were how we say very intelligent people. They're inspiring. They had like one of their things was like being able to make their own languages. So as a Lithonian, you would speak like 17, 18, 19, 20 languages to speak to different groups and organizations. That was like a hallmark of intelligence to them.
Yeah.
And it's just a nightmare. Like
Yeah.
dealing with it only weirdos would study Lithonians.
Oh yeah, to like go through all that different languages
Yes,
and
exactly.
writings
It's
and
just
stuff.
not.
Jesus.
It's just not. It's not valued. So as soon as you get like
Yeah.
one cipher written, it's like okay, great.
Then the
You've
language
uncovered one language out of like 500.
Yeah.
All of which are widely different. Some have some correlations, but it's just like forget it. And only certain people who are seriously weird would actually study the Lithonians. Plus, all the Lithonianic ruins are drenched in chaos. I mean, you were at one.
Right.
Yeah. And we know that was a Lithonian
I don't
one.
think-
Like, do we
I don't
know
know if
that?
we know that.
I mentioned Lizardkin.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
I didn't
wasn't
mention
sure.
Lithonian.
I
but
just
Oh,
know that
oh,
I know that
because you
he
did
did.
tell us about your
Yeah.
visions. So
Like,
yes,
I
okay.
mentioned Lizardkin, but not the
Okay.
word Lithonian. That's the word that the Far Side Orders have given him.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Okay.
The Lithonians, interesting bunch. Very interesting. He explained some of the details I just regaled.
Yeah.
I believe, for whatever reason, they are somehow connected. In my studies, there are similarities to our vision to, how you say, some of the deciphered words in scriptures, books that we have written in that time, some of the murals that we have uncovered and deciphered. There's correlations. I don't know. You guys aren't smart. I can't go any further than that, okay? You would understand, but these people are hopeless. I don't know.
Would I?
Probably not. Even I, to be honest, don't really get it. But there are direct correlations between our visions in the kind of ways the Lithonians talked about their homeland. The descriptions are so similar. There has to be a correlation. I have been traveling all over the world looking for Lithonian ruins. I found only a few. That's actually how I stumbled across you guys. I'd gotten word of one deep in the Bitter Creek, and there you were. Providence. Didn't find much there other than that drawing, but, every little bit helps.
There's that big ass gem in the center of it.
I found many of those. They're
Oh.
primordial arcane constructs. They're their version of our talismans. They're not
Okay.
that special. I've seen a lot. That one was big, but most have them.
It was big.
I know.
And if you're about to say, well, why not use it? Good luck getting one of those things out. And second, moving people there. Who would want to live in the middle of the Bitter Creep? It's interesting, but
Torin raises his hand.
yes, student Torin.
Well, do you know if the Lithonians are still alive or
No, they died in an event known as the Red Sun.
the Red Sun?
The Red Sun, they were destroyed.
Well,
Does that ring a bell with the studies? Okay, I wasn't sure.
I guess
I
that's
guess even
good.
families. Yeah,
Because I had this
precursor
weird
races.
thought in my head, like, what if Lithonians ate halflings? And so everybody had that dream and they're like, ooh, meal's on or something.
Funny. Any other
Never
questions?
So, the Lithonians, What is this accent? I almost took on yours.
Slattown.
They're... You believe that they're somehow connected.
Somehow connected, yes.
Yes.
Why?
Why? I believe that people give them too little credit. We don't have much.
Do you think they made it? Or just
Made
that
Nirvana.
they lived there in the past?
You want to know what I think? I think that the Lightonians created it. A escape from the Red Sun. There was a long period of time in their history when the Red Sun came from when it actually caused the calamity. My thought is that they actually were more scientifically and technologically advanced than we give them credit for. That they created a, let's say, a pocket universe, a place of peace that was a mirror of their golden age before Mourne became different from when it was back in the day when they were alive. All we have to find is the spell, the location, the way forward.
Have you said that you've located a lot of runes,
A
yes?
few, yes. In the north, yes.
Do you have like a map by chance?
I do not. That's kind of the problem. When I left, there was no one around who studied the Lightonians. The one man who did was off researching things. Back before, about 15 years ago, the world was less devastated. Corruption came slowly. The demon onslaught was a crawl, not a rush.
See, I just thought that maybe those crystals like you're talking about, the gems, were maybe like a conduit of some sort.
Oh,
And
they are,
maybe,
in some regard.
well, maybe you'd have to
Oh,
go
you're
to all the
saying-
locations,
And gather the
And-
crystals?
not necessarily gather them, but maybe do a ritual or something to activate the crystals, and then maybe they point towards a center location, and then
Like the map lights up and
yeah,
What do you
exactly.
think this is? A fantasy novel? Come on!
The crystals did already seem a little active. You know, it was
I'm joking, I'm
keeping
kidding.
chaos energy away. I don't know if it does much else.
I
I
do
checked
like
that.
stories.
I checked that. There is no
good
interconnectivity. They are independent units. You can tell these things when you're around a lot of arcane constructs like I am. They're magic always leaves a trace. Even the magic from way back when, it leaves a mark. If it was interconnected, there was what we call ley lines of magic energy that you would be able to tell. You could feel it. No. Do you remember the currents coming here? How the chaos moved? You could feel it like iron in the air, a buzz. Same sort of deal, yeah.
Did you... The ones that you've come across so far, have you found a pattern in where they appear in any way? Either that or...
I'll answer your question with a question. Does the ant see the perspective of the man? No, of course not. Too close to the ground. I don't know. They seem random.
It seems we need a map then.
Yes, indeed.
Is there a cartographer or the map that Annabelle has? It may be
The
old,
map I have
but
is not near big enough.
it's old
It's only
and
the Ashlands.
Well,
Okay.
plus he laughed at it. He said it was terrible.
it was worth a shot at least.
There
but
is that old timer I was talking about. I heard he's back in town. For good this time. He lives in the library. He's the librarian now. He is the only one who has ever researched the Lightonians. I never got to speak to him. This seems like a prime opportunity, so perhaps we talk to him first tomorrow, yes? And we see where that leads.
That works for me.
Fantastic.
Let's
Well-
go to the forge. So,
Yes, I think it would be a great time for you all to go to sleep.
Well, I'm gonna finish my food first.
Then take it with you.
Ooh, I do like eating in bed.
does it matter where we sleep? I saw those 8 bedrooms and they're
This couch is pretty comfy.
pretty simple.
Please, my mansion is yours.
I'd love to see your old room.
Oh god, it's a mess. It's a mess. I'm sorry. Maybe tomorrow I can clean it up
Annabelle,
tonight.
It doesn't matter. We've literally been woken up around dead bodies. You remember that one time by the well?
I'd rather not remember that.
Oh god.
I still don't understand that part. That was weird.
Yeah.
That's the period of time. Well, that's another period of time that we don't actually remember.
Yeah, no one said anything about it, and we've just kept going on since.
Sebastian grabs a seat and pulls out his lute,
His instrument.
his instrument, and begins to noodle as you guys.
To noodle.
But he suggests you guys go to bed.
Yeah.
That's all he has to say for now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna sit with him just until other people leave.
What?
If y'all don't leave, that's fine too.
We should find Annabelle's room and leave her like something cool in there.
We could write her a little note.
Yes.
Yes.
Let's make it into something.
You can say it and I'll write it.
And we'll say thank you.
Yes. Should we do one for Sebastian too?
No, that guy, he's already got a new loot.
That's true. He's got enough gifts.
We wander away. We do not find her room, and we give.
You get super lost.
We get
It's
super
like,
lost.
how do we end in the third bathroom?
We end up back in the living room, and I just go to bed on the couch.
Witton's probably gonna make his way just back to the guest hallway. Just
Fredrick
back to
waits.
rooms.
Also, do I have all my shit?
We all have our stuff.
Well, we don't have our
Hanging
stuff,
around?
but like the potion, my flask, hammer,
Hammer.
bag, crafting kit.
Yeah.
I want to look in the potion really quick. Is it actually empty?
Talking about the thing that.
The thing that
Oh yeah, it's
Caden
gone.
spit in.
Yeah.
Well, that sucks. Would have been really useful.
Fredrick waits until everybody else is gone. It's at 4, Sebastian and Annabelle.
I think that's now.
Yeah, exactly.
Claire and Torin are sleeping on the couches.
69 style.
It's like
Your feet are shoved in my face.
we talked about who's gonna have first watch, and we misunderstood.
Watch in a living room.
Alright, yeah, we'll both watch.
You both watch left.
Annabelle, can you do me a favor
So out of
What?
tune.
as you're searching?
Sure.
There's 2 names I want you to find. Make sure they're dead. Or maybe alive.
Okay.
Christoph.
Oh, that's so bad.
Roderick. Sebastian.
He's talking to you now.
I thought you were just giving names.
No, 2 names. He said
No,
2 and
said
said
2
2
names.
names.
Huh?
Sebastian.
What?
How much can I trust the information in the courtroom?
If it was false, they would kill whoever put it in there. So I'd say you can trust it pretty well.
Why are you? Why do you ask?
They said my father was dead.
Well, that.
I know I haven't talked much about my house name. It was a while ago.
Yeah.
And now I wonder more things. The things I don't know about my own culture and blood. Allegedly, we are supposed to be trained from even younger ages and sent off to war. Why wasn't I sent?
Oh. Maybe your parents just wanted to protect you.
I don't know. Maybe I can lie to myself and say that it's because someone had to go with my mother.
Why do you think that these people here would know your culture better than you?
That is an incredibly good question. We had no one around to take those notes or to give our history. That's why I avoided a lot of it. We weren't nobles, we weren't rich, we weren't fancy, we just were in the right place with a building. And we took care of the Northern Road. That's it. Over time, we just protected the people that came through. Built a bigger keep. I wouldn't call it a castle, but it was a keep. And that was our life. People come through using the Northern Pass, give them refuge.
Have we tried these apples?
Yeah, the
Sorry.
devices.
Sorry.
It's alright.
Go back to sleep.
Back to sleep, Torin.
I also worry about this.
Yeah, I worry about that a lot.
Speaking of this, Sebastian,
Huh?
they took from me something. They did not return the gift from the Leviathan.
Ah, yes. My people are not spiritual. But the creature it's pretty big deal. It's been taken for research. I'm sorry, I cannot do anything about it.
No,
It was not my. Hey,
I
oh,
understand.
look.
I
I did the big guy.
I'm
Look,
not-
okay,
no,
can I
you're-
please don't break my instrument.
I
I did not.
won't.
I did not. I have nothing to do with it. But I had to catalog it. So
I understand.
sorry.
The other one said I could talk to somebody, but I doubt it's worth the effort.
How do you mean?
I'm sorry, I don't remember his name. The individual who tried us.
Palos.
Palos?
Palos?
The old man, yes.
He said I could talk to customs to get it back. But I
Mhm.
don't even know if someone of my current.
You can try, but he did not give you the full story. It's in R&D.
Oh shit.
Great. Just what I wanted. To be cursed to be group champion. And I get up and I leave.
Hey, you know, like it's not what happened. That's how you use what happened. Yeah, it's just like I don't
It's
do
not
this.
the
I haven't talked to a
same.
person.
It's showing.
Little
Bash.
sister. Oh, Bash. Yes, Bash. What Bash? I haven't heard that name in 14 years. You know that? What?
The way the Lightonians describe their place and how it's the way that it aligns with the visions of Nirvana. Those aren't mine, though. They're yours and everyone else's, right? It doesn't. I don't know what we should even be looking for. If what I see is what we should be looking for, if we should be looking for fields, if they're expecting us to find fields, or if...
Listen, little sister, let me put your mind at ease. If it was as simple as finding a field, Nirvana would have been found a long time ago. You know we have methods, ways to do such things. Divining rods, all sorts of stuff, none of which have worked, which means there are no fields or plains or lush grasses left on this planet. It has to be another way, has to. But I believe it exists. Why are you worrying about this so much? Isn't that why you left? To go find it like I did?
Yeah, I wanted to, but I didn't have like a month to do it. And
Hey, you know what Mother used to say? You know, she was a deadline person. She loved deadlines and really crunching and forcing people to conform to him. You know, remember how she would scream at Father to do his research? Echo through the house, woke us up every night. Oh, it was a nightmare. But she would also tell me that when I'd ask, why do you scream? Do people like to work under such conditions? She said to me, work fills the deadline. If you have unlimited time, then that's unlimited time to work. Do you see what I'm saying? My theory is this: because we only have a month, that pressure will force us to succeed. Besides, if 5, 4, 3, I don't really understand bound, can't do it, then we're doomed anyway. So,
what do you think about that?
about what?
About Fredrick and... You asked everyone except for me who owns them. Do you remember that? Do you remember... Okay. But Fredrick and Claire didn't give you an answer, but you accepted nothing as an answer.
Do you really want to talk about this?
Yeah.
Are you sure? I want you to actually think this time. I know you love to know things. It's in your blood.
What
But
did they
are
do
you-
about... I just want to know who I'm traveling with, who we have to on our team to find Nirvana. I just...
Look, we're going on this trip either way. Does it make a difference? The only thing that makes a difference is your perception. That is the difference between life, death, failure, success. Does it matter if I tell you what I think of your people? What if it infects the way you see them and you're not able to collaborate? So let me ask again, does it matter, and do you really want to have this conversation?
Yes,
Fine,
it does matter.
fine. But don't say I did not warn you. Power comes with a price. Anyone knows this. Even children understand power comes with a price. They may not understand it in those terms, but it is inherent in all of us. You don't just become bound. You're chosen. Yes?
Sure,
Or forced, or
sure.
you take it.
Uh-huh. I have heard of that.
The question that I always ask is why? Why do these gods, A, care about this place enough to inflict their will? Why not just go somewhere else? There's plenty of planets in the immortal plane. Why stay here? 2, why did they choose these specific people? That is what keeps me up at night. Why? The question that drives our kind insane. The reason why the Farsight orators are always going to be off kilter. Because there's no answer. But I think there actually is in this case. I think that they are chosen because they are moldable. They can be controlled, twisted. Why would the god waste their time bestowing their gifts? Something I feel is quite difficult even for them on this plane. If they weren't certain that person would or would not enact their will down to the letter. Gods are not good or bad. They are. That is the true horror of our reality. There is no scale they work off of. That is our machination. These people we travel with are weapons, that is it. In the right hands, used for good or evil. I fear that they're not going to, in the end, work in their best interest or ours, but in the interest of the one who has put them in debt, the person who owns them. Power comes always at a price. Always. There's always a price.
Fredrick has no interest in serving anyone that he might be bound to.
Interest. You think it is a simple matter of desire?
I'm
Of
just
will?
saying that will is powerful. I don't know.
Will is nothing. Will is weak. It is bent and broken. Doesn't matter who you are, how strong you are, how many muscles. All it takes is, let's say back in the old days, a simple spell and he's walking on all fours, begging for forgiveness, begging to be relieved. That is what will does for a man. Nothing. It is vapid, a vapor. It does not exist. In the power and the scale of a god, it is an ant waiting to be crushed by a boot, that is all. Do you not understand what I am telling you? If you think for a second these people are your friends, they're not. Why? Not because they're people. Their person is not good. It's not your friend. But because the thing that has rammed its hand up its ass and moved its mouth like a puppet, it's not your friend. It only cares about what it wants. Do you understand? The sooner you realize
I understand
this-
what you're saying. I disagree.
Well, my sister, I hope I'm wrong. But something tells me I'm not.
One more question. that thing they brought up in the courts when I was young. Do you remember that?
How old am I now?
43, probably. I know my math.
Yeah, I guess you're right. 43. And you're what?
30.
2? 30.
Steal something off his plate.
30.
Steal an apple slice.
It was only a few months before I wanted to leave. The first time I felt the call to go out. I didn't enact it till later, as you know, but there were these groups of traveling people, especially towards the beginning when Gate Rise had just happened. They were wandering the world looking for any tool to push back the demon invasion before it got really bad. We called them relic hunters. They came through our town a lot back before they lived here. I always thought they looked so regal, so powerful. I envied them. I wanted to explore, hunt for things, fight the menace that threatened our world. Back then there was hope, structure, order, but anyway, I remember you were so small, tiny, just started walking, could speak relatively early, which was common for our family. My friends would joke that you could speak better than me. That's I did not like that very much, but anyway.
That's probably true.
I was supposed to be watching you. Mother and father were off researching or helping some effort or putting out some fire or crisis when they came through our town. A line of them, all dressed in these garbs, looking very regal, very powerful. I remember you ran up to them, ripped yourself from my arms, pushed yourself away and ran towards them in your nappy, half naked, running towards them.
Oh, I regret asking.
You began speaking in some language. I'm sure you picked it up from one of your books. You always picked up languages pretty quickly. I always sucked at it. And all of them were telling you to shove off, stupid kid, get away. And I remember you sat down and you cried. Then at the end of the line, there was a tall man. He had his hood on. It was weird, none of the rest had their hood on. But you could still see his ears poking out the sides of his head. Elves and such. He stopped and looked at you. The only one at the line to pay attention now. At that time, it was very chaotic. People were trading newborns for demonic powers. So, being my young brash self, I grabbed my short sword and prepared to stab this man who I thought was about to abduct my sister. But instead, he put his hands behind his back and he kneeled down and he cocked his head to the side and listened to you. I couldn't get close enough to hear what you were saying, but I could tell that he laughed. He looked to me and said, "Come." He picked you up and started walking. I don't know what compelled me, perhaps curiosity, but I decided to follow.
Thank God. If he was holding me and walking away.
We walked for a while and ended up in some battlefield. It was my first taste of the truth behind Gate Rise. I guess now it would have been somewhere south in Slaughter Cabin. So many bodies, the smell. They were hunting, you see, through the refuse for anything they could use to fight the demon invasion. They had moved to the west, pushing down that western peninsula at the time, and they were taking the reprieve to calm the dead. Within seconds, you ripped yourself from the man's arms. And like that, found the talisman. Just like that. Like it was nothing. I remember the man smiled, handed it to you, whispered something in your ear, and walked away. I went and picked you up, and I asked, what did he say? And you said, I don't know.
Well, I was one. You have to give me some grace there.
Well, I took you back home, right? And there was mother and father. Of course, we got there after they arrived from the trip and yelling and screaming, how dare you this and how dare you that. And the village guard saw me take you away with some strange caravan of people. But I knew in that moment, even then, in my adolescence, you were different. How? I wasn't sure. Never really asked, but I knew it. He stands up and he walks down the left hallway toward his room.
He just kind of stares at him as he goes. And eventually makes her way down to her room, saving all the troubles of research for tomorrow, all the questions for tomorrow. And just like spends a lot of time looking at Leo the lion.
Leo the lion.
Good old Leo.
I'm guessing you guys go to sleep then.
Yeah.
There's one thing Witton will do just in his room. Probably wait a couple of hours just sitting there and just resting in general. But at some point, he will take off the pendant again. After he got it, he put it on his neck, and then he's going to take it off again and just look at it. And it's almost a whisper, but it's more of a whisper just to himself, but he knows, or at least believes, that there's more, that somebody else will hear it. I sincerely hope that you have some sort of plan, because if not, then you may be down one, or you're only, as far as I'm aware, believer. And that's all I'll say to it.
Kyle.
Here's what's about to happen. Let's explain the game to you now.
4, 5.
Oh? Jeez.
We cheer long enough. Okay, I know it.
Sure.
Hidden amongst the buildings and structures of Slattown are secrets that, if uncovered, will assist you greatly in your future journey. Mm-hmm. Each action is going to be weighted on time. Mm-hmm. You have a 7-day block to uncover as much as you can, to prepare as much as you can before you're forced out. In each of your rooms is an official letter when you wake. It states that in 7 days' time, the morning of the final day, you will be required to submit a location. Upon submitting said location, you will be sent there via the Observer in a one-way trip. Anywhere in the entire world. World. I'll say this. There is a right answer.
Yeah.
Jeez.
You have 7 days to uncover a starting place.
Oh my gosh.
Any questions?
No.
So is this if like I try to like follow up on like cool character things I've learned that aren't necessarily related to secrets? I should not do that.
I would say this. Each individual in this particular place that is important has certain skill sets that might be valuable after you uncover secrets. Must I elaborate?
So uncovering secrets is just going to different places within Slattown and being able to know what to look for.
Uncovering secrets is a generalized term. I think you guys are I think you're focusing too much on that word.
Too much on the secrets part.
Yeah, there are things that you can discover that will benefit your journey, significantly benefit your journey. And no, it's not just, I'm going to stop you right now. No, it's not just a bunch of reading books. So I would argue that you might want to think more openly than just, I got to go find a hidden manuscript somewhere. That's not what that means.
Great.
Though I'm
I can do
sure
whatever I want.
some things are going to be uncovered through that.
Yeah.
Okay, any questions?
I'm going to take a wild guess, and maybe you won't be able to answer this, but just the general map itself, the locations on there, I'm hoping that will, like, each one of these will kind of just give us an idea of where is okay for, like, our characters to go and look for these secrets type.
Ask around, ask for information. I would say without, like, I would say the only lead logically you guys have is that place. So if you're gonna go to a marketplace or something like that, I mean, obviously you can't be like, well, you could, I guess, like, know any secrets about the lizardkin?
Yeah.
9 times out of 10,
I think that's the strategy, guys.
This is not a Skyrim-esque game where you go ask 20 questions to like every 5 people for 5. But if it makes logical sense,
They're
and
called lizards.
building relationships within these next 7 days. I don't know how many sessions this will be or not. I really didn't plan it from a session standpoint. This is more of like you have a limited time to build relationships, to figure stuff out, and then by the end of it. So I would think of it as more of an open-minded sort of thing. I wouldn't go into it with like a 20 questions.
I have a better way of wording what I asked. The locations on the map, are there locations that would benefit us that are not on the map?
No, I wouldn't do that.
Okay,
No.
that's more or less what I was going for.
I want to go to Cartography 101.
Gotcha.
Go to school.
Get map of the entire world. Boom.
Right.
I want to
gotta look for
get
Nirvana on the map.
one of
then,
their
right?
children maps who got a better grade.
Yeah.
So you guys
Yes.
all wake up after a pretty fruitful night. You're resetting spells, whatever that can happen at your leisure. It is the day. People are bustling about. The letters have been read detailing the information, basically just a physical copy of your sentence saying that the observer has basically amassed enough energy to teleport your party any one chosen place, and whether or not you come back, it's not their responsibility.
So we have a week and a month.
Yes.
A week to do research here, and then a month once we get teleported.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. I'm assuming we all just meet somewhere in the house first.
Yeah.
Yes, breakfast's ready.
I fall off the couch.
Is it my watch already?
I thought your
You
your
don't
watch
have to
was.
take watches.
You always have to take watches. Rule number 37.
Not when you're in like your own home.
That's what they want you to think.
And Sebastian just scares the crap out of him. Hey, man, you are really gangly.
There are many features about you that I'm still very curious about.
What's cooking?
All right, are you guys ready to go to?
One question.
She said breakfast.
Hey, there.
Who eats?
How long ago?
Torin eats.
Thank you. I would love that.
Like a moose.
Yeah.
How long ago were your people starting to have these visions about Nirvana?
30 years ago, when the Gate Rise began. We believe it has something to do with the shift in planar energies activating something. That's my belief, that the Thonians had some form of construct that activated
And you both had this vision? Or were you not?
No,
So Sebastian steps in and says, "Of course, all halflings have. Come," and leads you guys towards.
How old are you?
What is up with the 20 questions? Talk.
I'm 30.
I was just starting to like you. You never ask a lady their
you were
age.
But even
1 year old,
even
you know?
someone who's maybe 10 today would have these visions, right?
Upon birth, as
Yeah.
far as I'm aware.
It's not like I missed the cutoff.
That's why
or anything.
halflings dream so well, sleep so well. Yeah?
They dream very well.
Dream
Shoves
very
a
well,
bunch
and
of food
sleep
in her
very well.
face. She can't answer
Alright,
her
come on,
questions.
eat. Let's go to library. Time is burning. You guys, I mean, you guys are dead. Ooh.
Yes, no, I thought maybe you could take the weapon that I found to the forge and look at it some more. Torin,
Which weapon was it?
the one in my bag that's glowing. Is it still glowing?
What weapon?
It's not.
It's not glowing?
But you're in a nullification field, so
Yeah.
it makes sense
Oh
for an
shit, we're
object.
still...
So, like, the way it works, any arcane objects, any divine
still
objects
feeling
are,
that?
are serialized and are basically put in a system to where you're allowed to use it.
Yeah,
the nullification doesn't
okay.
work on certain objects after you get it licensed. So that is not a licensed object. So right now it's just your little weapon. It's just
Cool. Oh, okay. Does that mean that they would have a record of it somewhere now? Would they have made a record
of the weapon.
Of the weapon when they confiscated or something?
I think it's more of a.
might-
Do you know what whitelisting, blacklisting means?
Mm-hmm.
So like in manufacturing, whitelisting, okay, whatever. So blacklisting.
Smile and nod.
So any foreign object that's detected is
Uh-huh.
you have to get it registered to become whitelisted. So it's like
Gotcha.
the default. So no.
Default is
That's not how I guess I didn't think
All-
about it like
all
that. That's not
that
how I
they
wrote
have.
the machinations of Slattown. So
Okay.
no.
Well, the weapon I found in the sewers. If you could.
What does it look like? I don't even remember what it looks like at all.
I thought it was a
What
spiral,
it is.
like one of those.
It's like a
Other than
bunch
a
of blades
dagger,
and weird shit.
Yeah, I thought it was like a spiral blade, crossblade thing.
Yeah.
It's been a long.
What do you mean?
time.
Yeah. What does it look like?
I didn't
spiral
know.
blade?
Like that was the thing. Is like Annabelle. could
All I
figure out-
remember
Yeah.
is that
Bro.
it's somewhere in my binder.
You
I just
gotta
don't
know
want to
what
open my
this
binder
is.
right now because it's
Yeah.
it's too big and it's like every time I open it, it explodes.
Well,
on the
Oh
top.
no!
Torin
Um,
says, "What is it?"
I don't know. I can't.
That's what she's asking you to figure out, buddy.
Oh,
I found it in the sewers and it seems really cool.
It was
and
a
really
crossblade.
useful. Yeah.
Yeah. So to
It
you,
was
looks like-
something sort of like a crossbow, but there was all these blades.
oh, that's right. I was thinking what I gave. Witton.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Do you remember?
Not. It wasn't glowing, but I gave you some star knife.
your bow
thing.
is
Oh,
backwards,
yes,
right?
yes.
I don't remember, dude. I'm bad. Look, my failing as a DM is remembering items.
Oh.
I can't do it.
Sure,
I don't know what it is.
Nobody can.
Yeah, it's like a. Anyway, it's your job. When I tell you the item, you better remember that crap because I won't. We'll get to it later. So right now, I made a ruling. You're gonna have to spend. I'm quoting my GM. You're gonna have to spend some time with the weapon to uncover what it can do. As of right now, it is a standard.
And same thing with my axe,
Standard
my axe.
battle axe. That's all it is. So the standard battle axe rule set is what applies. As you start to use it in combat, you'll learn some things about it. For now, just a battle axe. Okay. And I would say, the crossbow thing, you're trying to get it checked out to see what the heck it is.
What it is, what it does,
What it do?
what it is.
Chipotle.
So, what you so you
I can do a
spend.
crafting recall knowledge.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Where is it? Oh, there it is.
That's a 19.
So what you see is something that actually reminds you of the dual weapons found on the composite bows of the Gougers.
Okay.
It is a hybrid weapon, one that allows for close range attacks as well as long range attacks and fits snugly and concisely on the wrist of the user. It is great for someone just by looking at it. You don't have to repeat all this, obviously. Just imagine this is what
Yeah.
he's saying.
No, this is coming out of Torin's mouth.
Yeah.
This is something that you could use very well as a spellcaster or as someone that's got to channel something out of their lantern.
Here, do you want the mic?
I'm pretty close. Relatively close.
Not bad.
Once again.
Not bad.
So it is essentially a small handheld crossbow that doubles as a martial weapon that you're proficient in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But its
You seem
glowy
kind of-
effects, who knows? Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like you could handle this pretty proficiently.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember what it is now.
Are
Okay.
you-
Hey,
You
there
notice
it is.
on its surface,
Here we go.
there is an empty slot. And you take a look at the lantern, take a look at that, and you say, huh, I wonder if this is compatible with your what do you call them? Implements?
My lantern, yes.
You know how you create objects and you're able to do something with them? What if you slot that into this place? You create something, you slot it in, and it can be range, you could fire it, and it can do a lot of damage with that sort of damage type. Interesting. It's basically it's a crossbow that instead of having to carry a bunch of special arrow types, it conforms to whatever their weakness is.
Sure. Cool.
Yeah.
Dope. Cool.
And that's about it.
All right.
I didn't really need to take
You don't
it to
seem
the
as
forge for that.
excited about it as I thought you'd be.
Okay. No, I think I'm
There's a lot of
trying
information,
to,
and
yeah, there's a
all
lot.
the information was just like,
I'm trying to process
It's not an implement, but you know how you can pull out, like you describe every time you pull out something from your. Dude,
Yeah.
I don't. Thaumaturge. I don't get it. I get it when it's like a tome, but like the lantern, I still. Oh God.
sick.
I just need to sit and read about thaumaturge again and see if I get anything else out of it. But when I try to remember when I designed this weapon, it was supposed to be a supplementary implement thing. So you
Nice.
can
Cool,
infuse
cool,
it
cool,
with
cool.
the
Yeah.
energy of whatever the individual's weak to.
Yeah.
What
So
if
you
your
can do
weakness-
that,
So
whatever the damage
that-
of your implement is, plus a bolt.
Yes.
So it's like a stacked attack, which is
Okay.
pretty powerful.
Okay. Yeah. That's better.
Does that make sense? So,
Yes.
like, describe what you would do with your implement for
It
those
just-
who are at home.
It sounds like you're giving her a weapon that does what her class already does. To me.
Well, or is it all in the new damage type?
So the way it
Would
was.
the whole thing, a whole attack be in the vulnerable?
So again, when you do your whatever
asking a lot of questions
exploit
about this.
weakness, when you
Exploit vulnerability.
Exploit vulnerability.
Yeah, that weird
You
thing
use
do.
your implement to discover. You use your implement and your insight to discover a creature's weakness.
Yeah.
From there, you're able to conjure something that does damage to it, and you from the way you've done it in the past, it's been
I
like
have all the different
positives
yeah, like
symbols
items and
and
tools
items
and
and
things like
shit.
that, and you use it whatever it's conformed
And
to. What I'm saying is that. So what's the actual attack roll?
the attack. It's like I'm empowering my attack with my crossbow.
And what is that attack?
Crescent cross plus.
Yes.
The
So in
exploit
this case,
vulnerability
this
damage.
particular, I'm not giving you the damage statistics, but in this case, this particular crossbow is going to do a special damage plus
Yeah.
the weakness damage. I'll
Okay.
give you the block, Adam block
yeah,
when you went after this, because you haven't brought it up and you haven't reached.
No, I haven't had time.
Yeah, so this is the first time. Yeah, you can't. This has been how many?
It's been
how
a while,
long
but
has
I
it been
have been
since
thinking about it the whole time.
But it
We've kind
is.
of been getting
It sounds
fucking
like I'm gonna be able to
chased.
do more
I
damage.
still have
Everywhere we
just-
go.
I have 2 runes. I only know what one of the runes.
This is my
are for. I don't remember
futile
what the
attempt
other
at
ones
making some upgrade for you. I don't understand
don't
how
think
I
I
give you
understand.
item upgrades. I guess just basic weapon types. Just it's better forging or like this or that. It's just oh god. Someone in the comments tell me how to work with
Exploit
Look at those
vulnerability, which is
runes.
dope
They give
because I
different
keep
traits to
missing my
weapons.
attacks anyway.
Yeah.
So
I have one thing, because I had forgotten that we're being suppressed at the moment. So Witton's gonna ask Sebastian, is there any way that I can be allowed to cast any magic while here at all?
No,
None whatsoever.
there's no way. Are you guys ready to go? You're just gonna keep
That
walking
was the
on?
last thing that I had.
All right, let's go. I'll lead you to the library.
As we're walking, because we're moving now.
Mhm.
I know you said it was impossible, but I would like to try to get that gift back.
I don't really want to go read books.
Oh, you don't?
I
There's
think
more
it's
of a
smarter
people
if we
person.
divide our time. Witten and I can do most of the research.
Is there something you want to show us at the library? Like your favorite book? Moby Dick? Probably.
Does it look like I care? Not really. Do what you want. Don't help your friends. It's par for the course. Hmm?
I think he has another idea of how to help us.
Not your babysitter. Go do what you want. Bye.
Get his sword ready.
I'll see you at the forge. And Fredrick will take his greatsword.
and hand it over.
I thought maybe we were. Oh, fine.
Do you want to come to the library? I don't mean to.
No, I was just. You see, he's like twirling his little leg. He's like,
I don't know, I get really excited about architecture, and your home here is absolutely insane. I mean, the way that everything's even held here, if one of those ribs, just a single one of them
Torin.
Yeah.
I'm sure the
Focus.
forge is exquisitely built.
You've got a good point.
It's really special.
Alright.
It's not.
Annabelle knows that.
Annabelle doesn't know that because she doesn't know anything about fortune.
Okay. So we'll go to the library first. You guys are going to the marketplace then, which is where the forge is located. All right. We'll start with the library. Upon entering, obviously drawbridges here, buildings there. Interesting. Upon entering the library, which looks sort of like, again, it's sort of reminiscent of the mansion. Almost like it was built by the same people. Curious. One of the founding members of Slattown. Huh. Inside of the library is something akin to an egg shape. It is kind of spiraling up. There are hundreds of books. There are books that are being used through arcane implements, almost like Harry Potter, zipping back and forth, sliding themselves into certain places. In the dead center of this sort of massive cavalcade, multiple floors of like floating books with all these ladders, exactly what you might imagine, is a decrepit halfling sitting there drafting something.
Annabelle, you're...
Hello. Hello.
Excuse us?
I switched to halfling. Sir, could we get some...
Yes, what?
Maybe could we have some,
Speak up, young lady.
I would like some help.
What?
Can we go into the library?
And Sebastian goes, "Come on now, old man." And he starts to laugh. Sorry, every time I see these tiny little young people, I have to make them think we're old and decrepit. That way, they don't know when we're going to strike. And he holds out a knife perfectly at your throat. And he starts to laugh, and he's obviously crazy. Okay.
Yeah. Maybe we don't need him helping us.
Hey, come now. There's not any way to talk to your elders. And he sheathes the little dagger. What can I do you for, young Greenshire?
We need to do some research. Maybe if you could show us anything you have on the Lithuanians, maybe, or, Can you talk to him?
Yes,
Lithuanians.
we find out
Sure,
why
I
Annabelle's
don't-
actually left.
You know, lizard people that
Everyone's batshit here.
are quite old and ancient.
Lizard King, anything about them, or...
Maybe you knew one back a long time ago, good sir.
Never heard of
see the humor.
And he goes back to riding, and Sebastian's
Okay,
like,
well,
"Yeah, I got this, 1 second." And he leans forward and kind of whispers to his ear.
Poor Witton tried to say a joke. And just
Oh, what?
fails.
What's the joke? What was the joke,
All
Morgan?
I said was like, perhaps you knew one back in your old days.
a Lithuanian. Because he was so old, he grew up with the
He's
dinosaurs.
so old.
Just throw it.
Roll
I
for
mean, I can just
initiative.
leave. Hi, guys.
I
One of
thought
our
your
heroes
joke
my
was
shit.
cute.
Now the dead weight's gone.
You.
Okay,
I
good.
already died once.
Now
Okay,
we
yeah.
can start the real campaign.
For real.
He gets very serious. There's obviously an off-kilter nature of basically all halflings. I don't know if you guys have picked up this
Yeah,
about
no,
this
not at all.
particular race. They're not exactly all there. I think
Shut
for my opinion, it has something to do with them questioning reality all the time. It kind of screws them up. So that's my thoughts, anyways. He goes, "I see." And he stands up and he starts to walk away. Sebastian follows him.
Following him.
Yeah, following.
He walks
We've
over
been in a library
to
before.
this little seating area, and it's like a semicircle around. Again, it's like a circular area. You walk to the back end of it, and there's like a seating arrangement. It's like these beanbag looking things and around a circle. And its center is an obvious separation in the floor, a circular separation. One of the beanbags is larger than the others, and that's the one he sits in. What do you guys do?
I mean, does it look like he's doing something, or is he just sitting there?
He's just sitting there.
Are we meant to sit here with you? And yeah,
I'll
that's
sit
it.
down.
Okay.
Where's the crate of the Lord?
I'm gonna go
I
start
believe,
looking
yeah,
through the
ask-
shelves.
We asked for help finding Lithuanian. Lithuanian? You made it so fucking
What is
easy.
your name, young man?
My name's Witton.
Witton. That would put you height of popularity of the name Witton 75, 65 years ago to 95 years ago. Ebonheim, eh? Southern Quarter.
Impressive.
Yes, I have a kind of a knowledge base in my mind, you know. It's pretty crazy. If
It
you
must be
were
quite
in
impressive.
impressive doesn't.
Is the southern quarter part of the slums?
Close.
But not part of.
Not part of, no.
He snaps his fingers, and out from the center and this deviation of the floor are a bunch of books.
What do they say?
Ooh.
What is on the spine?
You gotta get closer.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm
then
looking.
yeah.
So you get
If I
closer.
ask, yes.
Okay. So as you walk up to get a closer look at the books, this decrepit halfling who is barely making any coherent sense rockets forward like a deft youngster and blocks your path and says, Sebastian says, "Really, sister, you've forgotten how this works."
I thought we had access to all of the things we needed, and I think we need to look.
You have access to the areas.
Guys, just
Does that
imagine
include R&D?
everything that Witton and Annabelle are learning right now. They must be learning so much.
How do we get access to
You
read
feel a
these?
cold chill on your right shoulder.
Oh. So how do we get access to read these?
You have to play the game.
The game being?
Really, sister, I don't want to be rude, but I really don't understand why you waste your time with these people.
He's
You
not.
and the old man goes and says, "For my knowledge, you must give me yours.
Knowledge of what?
Whatever you feel is worthy of this. If you tell me something interesting, something only you know, a discovery you've made, to add to my collection, I will let you take something from this collection. Every secret you give, I give you one of mine. See? That is our currency here." Please
I
don't
have
make
a
me
question.
repeat that when you go down.
Player has a question.
Yeah.
Because Fredrick particularly has to be probably led to wherever he has to go by Sebastian. He would have just been here with Sebastian, right?
I thought you went to the
You
I
can
thought I
go
assumed
to
you
the
would point you to
I
the
have
marketplace.
to go with Sebastian to go to the place.
Why?
To the customs, I think is what he's talking about.
Sebastian said you're just screwed.
Just-
like you can
oh.
go, you are free to go and move around as you see
okay.
fit. Sebastian is going to be your almost your vision quest Sherpa in a way. Once you guys are teleported out,
Okay.
he'll be
Then
required to be near you. But
Fredrick
right
will
now
just-
you're welcome to go because just the observer is so powerful that there's no way you're going to be able to do anything without
Got
getting
it.
one shot. So.
Okay, so then never mind. I will not be here. Fredrick will be with
Mhm.
Torin and basically just drop him off at the forest. Say, I'm going to try to get that thing back.
You didn't seem really interested in it. Alright, bye, Fredrick.
So as you guys get to the
I'll be back.
forge, you notice that it's just a right piece of crap. Unlike the structures above, this one's pretty simple, very metallic, covered in scraps, kind of compositing the building structure. It's like a bazaar of sorts, a lot of stalls. At the very end, towards the height of the tensile strength of the wires keeping this structure stable, is the heaviest implements, which would be the forge. So there is a forge. There's also arcane setters. There's everything you could possibly think of. But we'll get to you guys in a second before I lose my stand. This is what you get when you split the party.
We only have 7 days.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, you've never split the party before.
He's do what?
Said yeah, you've never split the party before.
I mean, in the labyrinth, but that was turn-based.
Yeah,
Serious?
that's
Yeah.
fair. Annabelle,
was
do you have
last.
anything to do?
It was
First,
What do you mean this? Come on, you've
can
been
try.
on the road for so long, little Greenshire. You had to have something. This old man knows a lot, though.
Do you know that Sebastian had a lisp when he was a child?
For that you get. Did you know that the Lizardkin are called Lithonians?
Your turn.
What do you know of different religions?
What did you just say?
What do you know of different religions?
I heard legends or a religion simultaneously.
No.
Who's to say? Let's just see what I know and I don't. Dale, come on.
Do you recognize the symbol around my neck?
No.
There was once a creature named that was called a butterfly, and just so happens to be the symbol of the goddess Desna.
Desna. And what were Desna's tenets?
To ensure that ones don't suffer needlessly.
Well, that's quite boring for a god, is it not? Okay, fine. That's a third of the cost of what I'm going to give you. I may have talked to Sebastian before. I know what you need. 2 more things, come on.
I gave one.
Oh, you're so smart, young Greenshire. You have to have something. Don't make your parents ashamed. Come on, what do you have? Think about your past. Think about the sessions prior. Think about what you've learned. Things that he couldn't possibly have known unless he was there to see it. Things like that. Things about demons, how they
I
work.
guess our sentence is already passed, so it doesn't matter what we.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's
So
up to you.
actually, we totally fucking did it.
We totally actually caused the fall of the Ashlands.
We were manipulated,
okay.
but nobody knows that we actually did it.
Allegedly.
Jeez. You got it, I believe in you.
I believe the demons have a way to speed up the process of defalacrum, I believe.
Yeah, that's it.
We've seen one of their test subjects turn.
Describe in detail. So I'm assuming you do.
There you
You
go.
have to
Yeah.
look at that. I
Very
do.
oh my god, I hate this. It sucks to have to recount this. But she keeps it really clinical.
Yeah, well, that's crazy. You just said the word because the next thing he's gonna say is as clinical as ever. You have not lost. That's literally what I was about to say.
Nice. Mind link.
That is
Yep.
like you have
Hashtag.
not lost your sharpness. You know what? That accounts for this. And he walks back and he begins to draft. Now, to be honest with you, it has been a long time since I've drawn a map, but this should help you. And he starts to.
It's a weird pencil scratching sound. That's how he makes dotted lines.
I have dedicated my life to the study of the Lithionic Age. It is an interesting time. I think a lot of people don't put as much stock into it, thinking, oh, they're so old, we know so much more. I don't think so. I think their civilization was different, but I think that in the end, They knew more things about the nature of this world than we will ever hope to understand. You see, they believed in a spiritual nature of intelligence. Something very, very, very closely linked to the heart and the mind and the soul bridged those gaps. Something closely linked them all together. It was a... religion is not the right word, but it was very esoteric, very...
Spiritual.
Yeah, even that doesn't fit. They were not a religious people. They did not worship gods. They worshipped the mind. But they believed all of your mind, body, and spirit had to be interlinked, harmonized.
A mix of scientific and spiritual.
In a way, it's hard. It's hard to understand unless you're deep into the esoteric lore of the Lithuanian culture. Lithuanian culture.
I even did it to
God, you. I wrote this.
You did this yourself.
You did.
Yeah. You understand that their culture, it's a way of perceiving the world philosophically like we cannot do. It is very antithetical to our logical minds. But anyone that sought to be anything in this world had to go down the path of what we call the acolyte. They had to make a pilgrimage down through the west, through this massive jungle, ending in a massive city kingdom. You think what you had at Ebenheim was large? No. In the west, far in the west, in the ruins of the ancient world, there is something that dwarfs Ebenheim, dwarfs the dwarven caverns of old. A massive continent that is just a city. You see, the lizardkin did not like to disperse. Once the massive schism between the two cultures became one, during the war of attrition, they decided to all live together in a central place. One massive kingdom. They called it Akto. We call it Lorridge. Much of it was lost to the swamplands over time erosion, but there is a beating heart I think still exists. Ever since the demon kind have come, it's impossible to get down there. And even before, certain, we'll say, unpleasant types made their home there. Very difficult to breach. But the old manuscripts that I have managed to decode talk of a road leading through the jungle, south, into the west, that leads to this place. If young Sebastian is correct. Maybe something to do with Nirvana exists there. Maybe not, who's to say? There are many, many ruins of the Lizardkin still accessible, at least 30 years ago, that you could visit on the way. But
we did find one just before coming here.
Really?
Another thing you did not know. You owe us more information.
Damn you. You'll have to tell me if it's interesting, maybe.
There was a mural there. And a gem.
Close enough. Answer the map.
We love physical props.
Woo!
Shit, okay.
Okay, wait. So,
This is ancient Mourne.
Second map of the campaign. Third map,
Well,
sorry.
this is ancient
Including-
Lithuanianic Mourne.
Slattown.
ancient Lithuanianic Mourne.
Oh, hey.
Um,
one day?
one
Why is...
day.
Oh my god.
Oh, one day
I'm
of
so
travel.
sorry. I did not notice we got raided.
Hey!
Whoa!
I was so in the zone. Oh, sorry.
happens.
The map is on the screen. Hi, everybody. I don't.
Oh my god, I'll just look
Oh
at this
god.
map for.
Oh god,
I'll
how long ago was the raid? Or did I catch it? I'm so sorry. Thank you guys so much for the raid. Hi, welcome to Grimm's Dungeon.
What's up?
How
Oh
we
wait,
doing?
wait, this is a C. Wait.
Yes, that's a city.
Sorry. Hi. So who raided us? Who was it? Oh, well, okay, good. So not long. Okay, thank God. I was in the zone. I was over here doing, GME stuff. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for the raid. Who was it? QF_QL. Hi, welcome to our stream. Appreciate you coming in.
Hey,
Hi,
hello.
hi, hi.
I'm so occupied with this map.
Yeah.
Slaughter Kevin.
Hey,
Wait. on this map.
Slaughter Cabin's here.
Okay. Oh,
Murder
boy.
house.
This is the problem with raids. That
Yeah.
We have
I-
Slaughter Cabin on the map.
yes. I'll give a brief description.
Yeah.
We just finished
Super
the session.
brief. I'm
big.
enjoying this.
I love to
Dark
see
water.
it. Love to
Dark
see it.
water.
Welcome.
Wait,
We'll be streaming
wait.
for another 2 hours. But thank you so much for tuning in. We appreciate it. We've just been chilling. Hopefully I can give you guys a brief overview. This is a dark fantasy campaign that I cooked up. It's all homebrew. It's rooted in Dungeons & Dragons 3rd edition, 3.5, advanced D&D, and Pathfinder 2nd edition remaster rule set. It's like a hybrid game. But it's a dark world. It's kind of sucky, and a lot of bad things happen. But welcome. Hopefully you guys had a good session. Loves the homebrew. Yeah, I can't do it any other way. So right now the party has this is arc 2. We're actually in the middle of arc 2. I do arcs rather than like long form campaigns. So this is the second arc. So the first arc just wrapped up last year in December, and we're starting the second arc. But yeah, I don't know how better to describe it. Thank you so much for the follows. Appreciate it so much. Thank you so much for tuning in. Yeah, same. The vibes are great. Appreciate it. Yeah, thanks so much. This is our setup. While they're reading a map,
Can I
just
ask
gave
more
them
questions now?
Okay, yeah, we can play the game.
We can play the game.
Absolutely, go ahead.
The party is split.
We have a
currently.
friend from Slaughter.
Yeah, let me put up the map they just received.
Yeah,
for those who-
yeah.
There we go.
So, is this dark water? That's the inlet that we are in.
Just crossed, yeah. So he put a star, luckily for you.
That's
Yeah.
where
Yeah.
Slattown is.
Oh, okay, cool.
Unmapped regions that we have, sort of. Preservation outpost. Maybe that was the temple we found.
So you
think?
found a preservation outpost. They're littered about. Why they're there, it's hard to say, but
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. I guess it's
great production quality. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
hard.
So let me ask you guys. Well, go ahead, keep going.
Yeah.
Let me ask you guys, since you guys are streamers of our ilk of our game as well. What's your campaign like? Talk to me about it.
So what does the map have?
So you gotta talk. I have so many.
All right, I'll take off the map.
Just to the librarian.
Yes, pass it
We have
around.
someone who we believe he's from Slaughter Cabin.
Well, no, I have the
scan.
I have the photo scan.
We have a friend who is from Slaughter Cabin. Do you know how long it's been there?
Well, I mean, that section of land has been there for thousands of years, of course. But I put the colloquial terms, the modern terms, so you're not
Right.
confused. That's not what it was called back then.
Right, so the Acolyte's Thoroughfare. Okay. Where the 3 temples, the mind, spirit, and body temple. Is there one in particular that is... would we need to go to all 3 of them, do you imagine?
Yeah. In my travels, I've only been to the top one.
You've been to the mind temple?
Yes, it is, how you say, dangerous.
I'd imagine most places are.
I cannot imagine what it's like now. It was a vacant portion of the map
How
after
long
the
ago?
demon invasion. I'm imagining they've made it their own. They've had
How long
Who's
ago
they?
did you visit?
the
Demonkind.
demons, of course.
Oh.
Long ago did I visit? 15 years ago.
That's not too small.
Acto, that's like the main...
Up to.
That's like the main city, right? Is that
Yeah.
what you said? Yeah. Right. So, and the points that we're connecting are those actual roads leading.
That was
Or at least
the
they
roads
were
as
at
they
one
were.
point. Yes.
I've only gotten so far. I know the main thoroughfare is there.
Right.
It was used even during the Gate Rise time for troops traveling across the world.
Okay.
Yes. But for the most part, it is, as far as I know, it has to still be there. Would you like some advice?
I'd appreciate it very
Sure.
much. Our lives are on the line.
I would skip the tables. There. Well,
Skip the temples.
even back during the time in which everything was alright, they were the most deadly tombs known to man. Any adventurer slipping in there had a high chance, high probability of just dropping dead. The traps in there are not, how you say, normal.
What do you mean by not normal? Magical or just ancient and unknowing? All right. I'm assuming it would still be beneficial to us, even if they were dangerous.
My suggestion is to try to get to the main
Octo.
city.
To Octo. Do you have any writings on Octo?
More information. The fallen city of Delruth.
What about it?
What did you know of its slices?
As in the map, the physical layout of the field.
Well, the different areas.
I mean, it's not very uncommon. You know how many people that lived in the Ashlands are refugees here.
What did you know of the Arcane District in particular?
Well, if you had a map or something,
We do have a map.
information,
I do
then
have a
perhaps
map
we can
of-
trade.
I have a
Thank you so
map
much for the
of
follow.
Delruth.
Ray for D&D, let's go.
It's,
Thanks so much
it's,
for the follow, appreciate it.
Time to start taking your clothes
It's
off.
a rough, quickly made map, but it is a map nonetheless.
Pass it over.
And this is what... Oh,
Here.
it's,
And you. Oh.
Great toss.
Look, it got caught by the sheep.
True cleric fashion.
Yeah, that's really on brand for you.
What's that athletics skill? +0?
Thing in there!
Chipotle!
Oops.
fine. This will do.
I'm struggling to know, like, should I be telling more about the game or just playing it? I don't know.
Hey, check out our YouTube.
Hey, if you
What?
like our vibe, look at this. Look, I can do some fun stuff. I can show off our production value here. I can really blow the wind in your hair. If that's
We have podcasts.
have
We have
hair.
our VODs on
podcast
YouTube.
VODs. Yeah.
Check out our shorts on YouTube as well, and our
stuff.
Instagram. You'll learn all
What
about
do we
it.
get for the map I gave you?
One second.
He's showing off.
Let's say the party walks into a cave that's very wet.
Oh shit. Oh no. What? Ah, ah. My gosh, we are children.
Whoa.
Swimming-
Halloween special. We're playing as children.
Swimming in
for the
giant
entire
rules.
time.
Or
It's
oh
my
my
favorite thing. In
oh my God, they're on
existence.
the open ocean.
There it is.
That's crazy.
What about
it's
if one of us is dying?
Oh God, don't.
Oh yeah.
Do it. I love this one. It's my
This one is
favorite.
terrifying.
Okay.
It's my favorite.
Got it all red in case they're dying. We have lights. We have
That's
noises.
been used once already.
Oh, and it's raining while you're dying, or just raining. Oh no, it's raining while you're dying.
No, it's raining while you're dying.
Appreciate the follows. Thank you so much.
My
But yeah,
gosh.
please check us out on YouTube and stuff, or just say hi and leave. Yeah.
That's
Either way,
also
I
okay.
appreciate it. That's also
cool.
fine.
Or
Stay.
go back to the not
Great segue
dying.
into break.
Or say, even though we're deep into this, that's the problem with these.
Nah.
Yeah. I need to
It's
like.
not a
great.
problem.
It's great.
All right, let's see here.
You can ask us questions
right, back to
after.
Exactly.
Yeah, stick around to
course.
see.
Stick around
Yeah,
after the
ask
stream
after.
and we'll clarify everything.
And then they have a reason to go back.
Everything
So,
that we
okay.
understand, which is not much.
So you have to ask a question.
Do you have any information on Octo?
It was, as I said, a massive city, consisting of hundreds of cultures, all comprised together, unified, after the great schism that occurred. Are you guys aware? Have you ever heard of the schism? That might be worth it. Let me describe this.
I have another question. This map isn't. Never mind. Tell us about the schism. That's a better thing to learn about.
You actually already heard about it. That's the
Oh, what do we know about it?
What do we know about the schism?
He told us about it.
Yeah. It was the classroom.
Oh,
Yeah. I don't individually, as Morgan, remember it, but
That's okay.
you
You
I don't think that dream you shared with us.
Well, then
Is
he
this the-
explains what the schism is, and basically it's when two major sects of the lizardkin race had a difference of opinion, philosophically speaking. One was a little bit more religious, the other one more secularized, but not in the modernized terms of that. More of in their perception of their role on their planet, what their
Which was not
destiny, which is
they didn't
Solus.
call Mourne. Oh, Solus. My
The
bad.
planet of Solus was what we call it now. And they decided to create basically an information war in which they destroyed the other's entire culture,
Right.
eradicated.
Yes, now I remember. So
and
they
assimilated
Library
them.
of Alexandrios them.
Yeah, basically, and assimilated them overnight. And that's how they won the war without bloodshed. And because of that, they homogenized and became a singular force after a few generations. Because they had forgotten their history. They deleted it from them. They'd stolen it. And so that's what... And so Octo is the... I guess the result of that. It is this place where millions of creatures live together. Hundreds of languages, all different. They always spoke in different tongues, you see, the Lizardkin. They considered it a wealth of knowledge or information that they contain. It's like a badge of honor, creating your own...
I know that they had so many languages. Give me something
You
more.
are a really sharp girl, aren't you? Annabelle Greenshaw. You know what I say to that?
I don't know if I care. I'll take that.
You settle down. Hey, that short we posted on Friday about total party kill, maybe tonight.
It still stands, yeah.
It still stands.
We got time.
All right. So that's how Octo formed. What became of it? Or do you know what became of it?
Red Sun.
Which is...
It is...
Was it a meteor? Was it...
I'm afraid I don't even know the answer to that question. There are murals that describe it. It's often represented by a large circular sun-like sphere, lined with 3 lines, each of different quality and consistency. It often is what indicates Red Sun. But what it actually entails is hard to guess, because every cipher is different. Every language of the Lizardkin is different from one cartographer, one artist to the next. It's impossible to tell 100% what something is truly saying. You would have to, get lucky, or uncover who made the mural. Otherwise, hard.
Speaking of the murals...
Yes, that is how they recorded their history. They believed that paper, vellum, all biological disintegrates, vanishes, rock forever. So they carved. We consider it old-fashioned, but here's the deal.
The dwarves would say otherwise.
10,000 years, our writings will rot away, but their stone edifices, their reliefs will be there until the world is consumed, I suppose.
Do you happen to have a sketch of one of the murals? Kind of looks at Annabelle. Do you think he deserves it? What might a sketch of a mural be worth?
Yeah, that thing's creepy.
I think I'd be willing to share it if you would be willing to either translate it or return it.
You have a mural.
I thought that was what I was implying. Was that not clear?
No. It wasn't at all.
Me.
Like, it was not clear at all.
I got it!
And I'm not even there.
Claire's just like,
Man, I wonder what's about that mural sketch that Annabelle has.
I have a catch-22. That's a saying in this world.
sure.
Sure, yeah.
I don't know.
If you let me look at it, I can tell you if I can decipher any of these symbols. What do you say?
And if you can decipher it, then you will.
I will record the ciphers I can read to you. If you find any other edifices in the same style, made by the same architect or artist, you have a real chance of uncovering real secrets.
Are they all signed? Because I'm not... It's hard to tell.
How do I put this? The Lithuanians aren't, as you say, ego-driven. They would not mark it, but there are ways you can tell who created what. There wasn't a lot of individuals
Like
that were given the
strokes.
honor.
Not that particular.
It is a mixture of markers, if you will, yes.
Yes. Do you need it?
No more playing games. Well, it is his game. He did say.
As I feared.
Good
This
luck, bad
cipher.
luck.
What?
Good luck, bad luck.
It's a mixture. This cipher is, as I expected to be, not one I'm aware of. There are, however, similar symbols that appear no matter what. Like our punctuations, they don't change very often. Emphasizers, numerics, these are all standardized for arithmetic purposes. This has some symbols I recognize and many I do not. Many I recognize, but in context it doesn't make sense.
Would it be helpful if we could provide you the information with where precisely we located this mural? And then you could provide us with the information that might be unveiled by the location?
I don't really think the location has anything to do with interest. If you were able to record it, it wasn't that important of a place, I'll put it that way.
What do you mean?
The Lizardkin were very secretive, protective. They believed that knowledge was power, essentially. They had a fundamental understanding of this. And they're right, to an extent. They were so leery of people taking their power, other groups, fringe cultists, crazed maniacs not conform to their society, that they would often lock it in these temples. In order to gain access, you had to walk the path of the acolyte. The thoroughfare, acolyte's thoroughfare is what I marked on the map. They would walk from the start down, visiting first Akto, then working their way back. Sounds counterintuitive, but it was a way to filter out weak individuals, those that were not willing to walk the path and become truly intellectually enlightened. The eye was everything to them, those such as the sun, two symbols common throughout their imagery. What I see here, I see a few things I can help you with. Yes, I see a few things. And I'll put, by the way, the thing you're looking at
The mural on screen.
on stream here. Let's see, which one is it? This one? There we go. This is what he's looking at that they've recorded in the past for those who are still in here from the raid and have absolutely zero clue as to what the hell's going on. I'm sorry, go watch the full show. You know what I'm saying? That's all I
Stick
got
around
for
for
you.
this one
Stick
and
around.
then go
Yeah,
back.
Get
you
really
know.
confused.
Memento it.
Enjoy the fantastic
movie.
acting,
Alright.
since we're all actors. Let's see here. Okay.
Throw it into a story sometimes.
Yeah, there it is. So I would say this mural most likely has something to do with the Red Sun, not uncommon. It was very apocryphic. It was something they predicted would occur. So there's a lot of stone edifices that are known that are about the Red Sun. It occurred, as they know, which begs the question, how were they able to predict it? Curious. There are a few symbols here I can demarcate. The first one is on the left-hand side. There is a sun-star-like hybrid. This is a common symbol. It is the sigil of the Lithuanian. Damn you, dude!
I poisoned your brain.
It is the symbol of the Lithuanian Empire. It is a very common one. It is a symbol that doesn't represent the race, but the culture. That makes sense. A very clear distinction. There's also, at the very top, brackets. These brackets often are used to indicate that a word is relating to something. An adjective. But see, the language of the Lithuanians was very fluid. Adjectives could be nouns, could be verbs. It was all the same symbol. So, in order to indicate that it wasn't an action or a thing, how do I put this? Like the act of reading versus being read versus readable. You see, but they had all the same symbol for it. In order to indicate that it is a modifier to another word that follows it, they put these brackets by it. So at the very top, you have some symbol I don't know, bracketed, and then below it, some word. So it would indicate in some way that first word is a modifier of the bottom word. That's all I have. And the last one is at the top of what seems to be this temple, a very stereotypical Lithuanian temple structure. You have these things that look like upside down tear droplets with a dot in the middle. That is one of their ways to indicate numerics. Each of these teardrops is 1 million. So there's 3 here indicating 3 million. You have again another star here Start with the sun, indicating the Lithonian Empire. What seems to be an arrow leading to an eye closed. This symbol could mean millions of things. It could mean death. It could mean to forget. It could mean resting. It's hard to tell, and I feel this context is important. Specific individuals had very specific meanings for this symbol. They don't vary per. So a part of getting to know someone was understanding how they spoke in this culture. So you're going to have to learn more about the individual that made this. It's hard to tell. If I was there in person to see the craft, the strokes, and not seeing just a copy, perhaps I'd have a chance. I see another bracket here, again indicating some sort of hybrid word. Now this is interesting. This symbol, this T shape, this is not Lithonian.
Do you know what language it is?
I have no clue. I've never seen it before.
And neither of us would recognize it.
No.
Okay.
Curious.
Lithuanian?
Lithonian.
Sure. Just having fun here.
Here is a brief reminder of what I was able to decipher. But if I was to give my opinion, the red sun is here. Something occurs involving 3 million. It transitions. The empire transitions into something, resting, sleeping, dead, ignoring something, forgetting something, eye closed. I don't know. Other symbols, I don't know what these mean. At the bottom of the temple, 2 circles. Arrows are pointing, and in some separation, indicating the Lithonian Empire and this symbol. That's all I can conjure for this. I'm sorry.
Information is information. Sorry. That's what matters. There's a red sun crater on the map. That's what inclines me to believe that it's may have been some sort of meteor.
No one knows. Some impact, but there has never been any recorded knowledge of whether or not it is a meteor or otherwise. But it is what pierces the top of the map. It's what pierces the top of Mourne itself. Back in my youth, before Gate Rise, I would go down there to see if we could find any remnants of a meteor impact, but no. There's also no indication that there was scorch marks or damage on any of the structures from that time as well. None of the trees are burned. It doesn't seem to be an impact.
Could it have been lifted?
Perhaps it's a good theory. One many had at that time. But again, no indication that the landmass was cleaved. It's just simply
broken?
Gone. Hard to say. Perhaps. Keep up with that theory. Perhaps. And with that, we're gonna take our break.
Okay. This is fun. This is fun.
Drop.
How much can you write? I don't remember. I'm just gonna watch it later.
So you guys have uncovered, I think,
watch it and update.
The thing
all
is
of
still
my
on the
notes.
screen, by the way.
Oh crap.
You don't want to look at this gorgeous drawing?
Sorry.
Now?
I think you guys have uncovered, like, you guys can go to the bathroom. Like, I don't know, like.
This is the first day.
The first part.
This is the first day.
Yeah.
This is the first
You've
day.
uncovered
This
a
is
little
fine.
bit. Yeah.
We're doing okay.
Yeah, you're gonna get in there,
This
champ.
is like kind of a
Gotta get
bracket,
all the
but it's
freaking
not. There's no
information.
other bracket.
All right, you're gonna get in there.
Yeah.
And you're gonna ask him.
Okay, thank you guys so much for tuning. We're gonna take a quick
Thanks
break.
so
I'm gonna go to the
much.
bathroom. We're gonna play a quick ad, and that's
coming
gonna
back,
lead
don't
into. We're gonna come back in 15 minutes from 8:50. So that's 9:05. We'll be back. Please stay tuned. If you're enjoying the stream, I'll be back. I think a little sooner. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, but if there's anybody still in the stream that'd like to ask questions as to what the heck's going on, I'll be willing to answer some questions. But yeah, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, play this BRB thing, and I'll be right back. Thanks so much. Yeah, we're still here.
Hi.
Sorry, there's new people here, but we're on our break. Oh my God, look at that! Oh no, it's someone from my past. That's unfortunate. Just kidding. Well, you know, Dark Reaper, you're the only person who out from the past that found this stream. You're the only one out of everybody. You're it. You guys are not on camera, so you're good.
Thank goodness.
Yeah, you're the only one who managed to find it. Yeah.
What?
My sinuses ripped out.
Fake fans, am I right? Back when I used to make
I'm gonna
a lot
just
of
cut our
money
mics for the whole
streaming,
session.
like
I'm so
scamming
sorry.
idiots from
I'm
Grim Chandy, yeah. Do not miss that era at all. No offense, that was a nightmare, hellscape.
We're just not here.
You mean you don't like trolling kids on Minecraft?
Okay.
No, I'm glad that let's just put it this way. I'm extremely glad that I
My girlfriend said it was like
am not doing that. That's all I gotta say about
that's
it.
fair.
Fake fans, true, dude. I don't know what the hell they were doing, but they were not real fans. You're the only one. Congratulations.
The same.
Yeah, we just started up this stream, so we're still growing the identity and stuff like that. Tell your friends, I guess, or don't. I don't really care. Do what you want, Dark Reaper. I'm just glad you're here. I'm trying to convince Cole to do a streamed one-shot of Dungeons. This is a dungeon. Do you know what this stream is? Do you have any idea what we're doing here, or are you just confused?
Shot. Do you have tissues in there?
Shot through the heart.
Oh, bit like people like a shot.
The
way she was holding
No,
it.
but that would be on brand.
Bang,
What?
bang. We still got 2 minutes left.
Do you have
I'm just talking.
Oh, God.
over
We
there?
still got 2 minutes left. I'm just talking to chat.
Alright. I'm not gonna sit down till
I'm glad you did this, man. You're the best streamer ever. Hell, what can I say? I've got a je ne sais quoi about me. You know what I mean? Like, I got a set, bro. You see this? Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna turn
It's
on.
not green screen, guys.
I'll never forget you. Cringe. That's gross. No, that's nasty. No, I'm just kidding. I appreciate that. I'm glad to know that those years weren't wasted in my room during COVID with no job, no prospects. Because everything had gotten canceled. All my internships dead. All my propositions dead. Sitting there playing. Well, it wasn't just that, but I played a lot.
I think that was everyone's like
That
start
was
to the
COVID.
Pandemic.
That was.
It was unparalleled
was.
depression.
My
We had
life
too much
did not
paper.
change. It just got worse.
Yes.
Mine just got busier, yeah.
Yeah.
But let me show you. So, here's our set. We got
Brentwood
3.
said, "I don't care."
Hey, look, it's not a green screen, guys. I can actually move this.
Please don't. Please don't stop.
You know,
Careful.
someone put
We
time
got a
and
set.
effort.
We're Dungeons and Dragons, I guess you could say it.
TTRPG.
TTRPG.
Actual play in person live
Pathfinder.
stream. See, watch
Pathfinder
this.
2E.
We're actually in person
We have
because I can
Pathfinder?
do this and like throw this at somebody and it hits them. See, isn't that wild?
Now watch. Now we're in Hawaii.
W set, dude. I forgot the Twitch lingo,
Oh.
dude. When are we gonna get like the generic like
When?
Twitch chat where they're like W Pog? Can you throw some of that in here, please? Because
Keck W.
What?
Keck W.
What?
Papega. Can I get a Papega?
I don't internet enough for that.
No.
Boy, I was raised on the internet.
You don't internet enough?
I don't internet enough.
Tell me about it.
You don't-
Yeah, last time
You
we
don't
were
wanna
like,
have-
"We
Okay,
start a podcast."
you guys ready?
And we started a podcast, and you were
I'm
like,
ready.
"So are we streaming?"
We're streaming the podcast right now?
We're streaming the
we're
podcast.
streaming-
Dora and Boots are back for more
People
adventures.
watch
Come on,
Twitch in their
Vomino.
cars.
Stream the new Dora April 12th, exclusively on Paramount Plus.
Hey, I work for Paramount, technically.
Oh, I got some
Deadass.
dinosaurs.
Yeah.
What are the dinosaurs? Dino dance. Well, you're getting a private show, minus the people that are in here that don't talk, because this is a 4.5-hour stream of us talking. So it's not a skull indeed. Okay, you guys ready to get started?
I don't know either.
I just get
Part of the skull.
on.
I'll drink it.
All right, we're starting back. Okay.
Man.
When we left, we had just gotten some more information. We solidified a couple of bare essentials. That if Sebastian's theory is correct, given Nirvana has something to do with the Lithonians, this individual with trading some, pretty easily given information, a rough estimate map. Am I interrupting?
Can we not whisper?
I can hear you as if you were talking in my ear. You degenerates.
I am so sorry.
God,
I did not
these
mean
people suck, bro. Anyway, you can't get help nowadays. I tell you what.
Yes, I can hear every noise that you make in the microphone when I'm editing the podcast.
Yeah.
L.
To be fair, I don't make that much noise into the mic. Anyway, continue. Our great merciful.
We
GM.
sound some. Yeah. Bow.
Yeah.
We got some information. If Sebastian's theory is correct, which it seems like this old man doesn't care one way or the other, there is a potential that something to do with Nirvana exists in what is now called the Jungle of Blightmoor, which is a colloquial term like most things are, not actually what it would have been called back in the day, nor what people who live there might have called it, but it is colloquially called as the Jungle of Blightmoor, to the far west. The continent or peninsula, the peninsula that is the secondary peninsula parallel to the Ashlands, which again is in the middle of that peninsula. It's not actually near the bottom. Ashlands is in the center of it. So there's more to the south. Witton. True.
Technically, that would be LW because Witton.
Snore.
Yeah, no, I deserve that one.
I didn't look and I thought it'd be funny and I missed.
It's just like when I threw my dice right.
Yeah,
Again,
That was
continue.
awful, my dude.
You're
Anyway, while they are talking to this individual, getting leads on where might to start, where to be teleported, essentially, you guys headed to the marketplace. In the marketplace, it's essentially a bazaar, as I described earlier, a metal scrappy structure lined with various carts, stalls, etc. of people selling their goods. At the very end, to the left, is an armorer.
Seems like the right place, huh?
I'll approach the armor.
Huh?
I'll approach the armor.
You approach the armor, okay. It is not a halfling this time, but actually a brutish-looking human male standing there, beating away at metal. A sheepish-looking female standing beside. Sheepish or perhaps tired, it depends on your perspective, stands to his right. They are going about their business.
Yeah. As we walk up, is there just one anvil to work off of, or are there multiples?
It's pretty well funded. It's a pretty solid structure. There's multiple anvils, multiple furnaces, all different sizes and types. The man is very old, I might add. Hair kind of balding, but he's got long hair on the sides going down, and he doesn't wear a shirt. And
Classic.
where you can see is that sort of that old man skin, but clearly ripped from his time spending. Especially his back muscles are extremely pronounced.
Like Dark Souls 3, 4.
Yeah, and like was it Andre?
Yeah.
Andre, yeah.
I'll get in his line of sight, and then if it doesn't stop working, I will wait and then get a little closer. Excuse me.
He looks up and looks. I guess you have your sword since you're both going to the same place now.
Yeah.
You have your sword. He looks at your sword. Not a word.
Fredrick will approach and take the greatsword off his back and hand it to him.
He lifts it almost lighter than you. He holds it out with his right hand. I'm not like to check the balance.
Yeah.
With his left hand casually placed at his side. In your mind, it pops the ancient phrase of your people, fear the old knight.
Yeah.
As he stands there checking its balance. It's warped.
I found it.
I can tell. Show me your form. And he lifts it out to you like this.
Fredrick will take it, and he will take a stance.
Okay. And he goes and he picks up, kind of slyly picks up what looks to be like a fire stoker,
Yeah.
and back ends the back of your leg with a poker.
Can I block it? Or is he too quick?
He's way too quick.
Okay.
You can try. I mean, I guess you can do a reflex saving throw if you want to.
Yeah.
Do it.
Yeah, let's see if you get this.
Come on.
24.
No, not even close.
Golly.
Not even
Easy
close.
mess, dude.
And I have DCs by level here, so like not even close, baby. Yeah, he nails it right there. And with that, it's the perfect amount of force to push your foot forward. You notice a shift in your core, and after a bit of instability, you notice, if you realign your spine, you feel like you have more power on the back end, where if you were to lower your sword and do an upstrike from the low guard, you could probably decapitate anything you want to. A little bit more power behind the heft. He says, I can tell.
How much to use an anvil a day?
free.
Oh, thank God. We don't have any money at all.
You work? For me. Free.
I have no skills.
You need skill to.
No, I'm just letting you know where I'm coming from. He'll be the one using your anvil.
Very impressive setup, by the way, sir.
What are you going to do? And he points to his sword.
Oh, we'll probably help with the warp. I definitely noticed that, yeah. I didn't want to say anything about it because you're just using it like a...
You fix. No, you. You fix.
That's fine, I've got some other stuff to work on.
Can he still use an anvil?
He looks to your right, and is your axe on your hilt, or is that somewhere else?
It's on my back.
So it's exposed. It's exposed to this. He looks back at you. Looks back at the axe. Place.
Torin reaches behind him and
Points to him.
pulls out his new battle axe with its beautiful gold encrusted ornaments and stuff like that. Very gingerly puts it down in front of him.
He smashes it.
Okay, no, we don't talk very often, but please don't let him break this weapon.
Without touching it, he goes and leans over and he smells. He speaks in a language you don't recognize to the woman, who, up to this point, has looked kind of either sheepish or tired. And without a word, walks over and grabs the anvil. It begins to drag it by hand.
Jeez.
Across. The bazaar goes silent as everyone looks over. And as the screeching anvil goes...
Jeez.
Drags it a good few feet away. And he gestures to it. He snaps to you, and he tells you, basically, with his hand gestures, into the largest furnace it should go.
Fredrick will leave. He'll take his great sword and set it next to it. I have business with customs, but I'll be back. They have something belong to me.
He puts his hand up and says, "Patience. Now." And he points back at the furnace.
He will reach for his great sword and...
If you want me to
Do
go
as he
in your
told-
stead, I can go see if they'll give it to me.
So you place the cold iron greatsword. Before it goes in, the man opens
Thank you.
upward. You notice now he has this kind of frock that goes down.
Yeah.
It actually is a set of tools that are like flowing downward on his legs. He actually picks it up, rolls it up, and takes out what seems to be some sort of wax, some sort of wax cylinder. And as you throw it in, he throws the wax cylinder in. The flame turns from a normal hot yellow and orange to this emblazoned blue, cold blue, as you stick it in.
I don't know if he would whisper it or if it would even come out of his mouth, but he would, given the last couple of days' circumstances and kind of how the last 4 months have gone for this character.
Right.
As he places the blade in, he sees the shift. He would either whisper it or be in his mind. If I have to choose, I choose my blood. And he'll just focus on all the tales and the stories and that of the Frost Maiden and their tome of tapestries on their walls at home, everything you can think of, as he places the blade in.
He looks at you, and he sort of has this, I guess, I don't want to say drained, but his face looks drained. It's kind of a tired look. And he says, "That is the paradox of blood. You can't choose it." By that point, the blade has grown a white hot, and he gestures for you to take it out. He hands you these big set of tongs, and he assists you, and he takes it over to this. You help him take it over to this massive tablet. It's like a metal stone edifice, like stone-looking edifice than an anvil. He goes in to his sort of tool repository, and he pulls out 2 clamps.
As he steps off, obviously scale mail, you would have your usual clothes underneath it, right? Mm-hmm. Fredrick would just quickly drop like the breastplate because it's gonna get hot.
Yeah, 100%. What are you doing?
But he leaves his tunic on.
I'd like to imagine that I'm over there with my own hammer and just kind of preparing these little rune stones that I've kept in my satchel. But in the moment, just watching these two is kind of like enamoring. And so like I'd imagine that Torin's just sitting there and he's just got all his tools out and he's just kind of watching this process of what is happening with Fredrick and this blacksmith.
Okay, so you're not actively trying to do anything, you just want to watch.
Yeah, for now.
Okay. And you as well, is that what you're wanting to do, or is there something else you want to look at?
I disappear into the crowd.
So you're going to take a look. Okay, we'll get to you in a second then. This is very difficult because you've split yourself up so much that I'm trying to
3
juggle.
ways.
This is your dealing. This is your doing. Okay, this is the price.
We're just trying to be efficient.
This is the
you
price.
gave us a timeline and we said, all right, everybody roll.
Everybody roll out. So he takes these massive clamps coated in some sort of gelatin substance. One end, the other. He goes into his little tool shed again and grabs a guide. It looks like a rod, and welded at the end is basically like something that looks like this, a prong, but it's large, very large, like a guide. He places it on the center of the blade, not this long ways, but widthways, like this. And then he grabs, that's currently outside on his toolkit, but grabs a tool that's already out, leaning up against one of the tables. A massive blade. And he hands it to you.
Take it.
And he gestures for you to place it on the sword.
Place it on the sword.
Okay. He uses 2 more clamps to affix the guide in place. He walks over with a mallet, gives it to you, takes the guide, and says, "Strike."
Strike.
Okay. Roll for it would just be a standard attack, with
Proficiency or not?
I don't think I have proficiency with hammers.
Fighters are proficient.
I think fighters are proficient with like everything. I thought.
Yeah, okay, then go for it. Yeah.
Hero point.
Hero point.
No.
Oh.
28.
Not bad. Not bad.
But the rage of 1,000 suns, or 1,000 winters in this
One
case.
red sun.
Perfect. Yep.
You embittered, perhaps, at your fate, how your family sword is no longer being used. There's a 1,000 things that go on in your mind. What this sword, this great sword, represents. And you slam the hammer down, and in one blow, it is split in 2. The old man aligns the pieces again, stacking them, and says, "Strike."
4.
Again, split. He stacks the metal for another time and says, strike.
He'll take it, and this time he'll kind of hold it over the spot where he wants to swing. My name is Fredrick. Falls down. Wham!
Go on.
28.
Use that hero point.
Yeah.
For the final time, the blade is split. All that remains of the great sword you used to duel the fiercest demons in the land, as you know, is a stack of metal. Still as white hot as it was when it came out of the forge. He stacks and creates a billet of metal. Using special techniques, he welds it to a stick of metal with runes engraved on it, and puts it back into the flame for a few seconds. He then gestures for you to come forward, and he hands you a piece of what looks like almost rebar.
Yeah.
And he points to the floor. In it, there is a massive amount of this sort of dried plant material. You know that increasing the carbon amount in iron, which is what this sword technically is a special type, makes it stronger. Carbon steel. That's what makes iron steel, is a lot of carbon. Makes it razor sharp, but this is a different type of plant. And you've never done this process before, but he's guiding you through it. He gestures to jam it into this pile of plant material.
Yeah. So he would. Are we at a two-handed point or a one-handed point here?
No.
Two-handed.
Okay, so so two-handed, reaches in, grabs, does as he's shown. I mean, there's no point to doubt this man's knowledge.
Yeah.
He's demonstrated.
Well, your sword's gone right now, so
Yeah.
you might as well carry on. As you dip it in,
Dive in.
the plant material, and there's a lot of these different types of plant, just many troughs,
Yeah.
erupts into a massive spark furnace of blue flames. And after that, he asks you to stick it back into the furnace, in which I'm assuming you do. After a few minutes, take it out. He points back to the forge and says, repeat. Takes the hammer, gives it to you. He holds the billet.
Yeah.
And he gestures for you to strike.
Take a strike.
Okay. This is, I would say, there's going to have a lot of strikes. I don't know if you need to roll
Keep
for
on
each
going.
one.
Okay.
It was cool for the breaking, but this was
Okay.
Yeah.
So you strike and strike and strike, slice, fold, strike, 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 slice, fold, strike, 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 slice, fold. You get the mental image here.
Strike.
Over and over and over. The metal layering 100 layers, 1,000 layers, 5,000 layers, 10,000, 30,000, 100,000 layers of metal over and over, each one doubling the amount of layers of metal. You repeat this for a while. While this is occurring, we can go to you two. Who would like to kind of go exploring next? One of you two.
Not it.
There it is.
I disappear into the crowd as we arrived at the forge. I want to go to the courts.
Okay. So you've traveled down the elevator and you are inside of the courtroom.
Is there any legal procedures going on?
It is
similar
dead
cases,
silent.
just
It's early in the morning. So
Okay.
usually that stuff happens at night, right before
Okay.
dinner. Believe it or
I
not.
want to seek someone out. Paralegal, just anybody who works there.
Well, you remember the office of Pathos, but that's the only one that you know of for
I'll go
certain.
Palace.
you can go to.
I tried to talk to him before.
Okay. So you go down the same hallway, you go up into the courts. The top half of the courtrooms is sort of the offices area. So you go up the spiral staircase up there. And you go down the hall and you find the door of Palos. It's cracked open.
I reach up to knock, but then seeing that it's cracked, I'm just gonna peek inside silently.
As you do, you see Pallas standing there. His back is turned to the door. In front of him is an open window. All the lights are out. He stares out. His hands are behind his back.
I knock on the door.
He doesn't move.
I push it open.
Hey, Palos. I had a quick question for you.
You notice as you look. Well, actually, I want you to make a. It's dark, so I want you to make. I know you have dark vision, but make an advantaged perception check.
I'll give myself +2 because advantage does not exist in Pathfinder 2nd edition. So that would be with a +2, a 31.
Woo! Hell yeah.
Nice.
What do my goblin eyes see?
Legolas! What do your elf eyes see?
In my bow!
Upon further inspection, you notice a few things.
Oh, no.
First, his hands are bound. Second, there's a rope from his neck going up to the rafters in the ceiling. Slowly, his body spins. There's a dagger in his chest and a note pinned to it, covered in blood. Pallas is dead.
I quickly fade back into the hallway.
Don't bite!
Grandpa from The Simpsons.
Just got cursed!
Close the door. No,
Not all the way.
I do like as like all of this like my vision pans across the room and this like clicks. I do like a little back step to check left and right that there is no one else around before stepping into the room and gently shutting the door behind me.
Oh, so you're out.
No, like
No.
in the
You went in and
I
closed
check
it.
Yeah.
the hallway to make sure there's no one, and then I go inside, shut the door behind me, drawing my cleaver, dog slicer.
Okay.
And first, I want to make sure that there is nothing else in the room.
Mm-hmm.
So I go around, check under the desk.
Oh my god! Imagine.
It's just some paralegal.
It's the unpaid intern, and you kill her. Oh shit!
Oh no!
No hamburgers.
And then check on the desk,
Butter's my
everything.
favorite.
And then before checking the body or anything,
Damn you. Yeah, what's up?
I'm looking across the desk, I'm looking at the windowsills, and I'm looking at the floor for any markings from people that were in here before.
Okay, that's gonna be a real skibidi toilet roll right there for sure.
Skibidi
Absolutely.
toilet? Oh, good. I got a +20 in toilet.
But a goblin, baby.
A negative 20 in Skibidi. It does balance out.
It does balance out. I'm gonna roll survival.
Investigation. What's wrong?
Well, I guess. Do you want survival? Would be more tracking, which I'm not really doing. This would be more of a perception check.
Yeah, I would say more in
Seeking.
line
I'm
with
seeking.
that, yeah.
I guess taking the
A
seek
seek?
action. So that's just gonna be a 15.
Oh.
And the whole time he's just dead silent. Eyes flicking back
Emphasis
and
on
forth.
dead.
Tongue flicking out. Just little forked tongue. 15.
Oh.
Yeah.
As far as you can tell, there's no presence. The office is perfectly straight and narrow. As far as the room is concerned, you can't tell anything in particular.
I'm gonna go do a check on his body, see if I can figure out if the cause of death was indeed a suicide.
No, probably not. Given he has a knife in his stomach, his hands
Oh,
are
right.
tied.
I forgot about the
and
knife.
he's hanging from his... I was trying to be very explicit and very
Yeah, it was
quickly
very
that it was
clear.
not a
I
suicide.
just forgot that.
I don't
Yeah.
think that's in line with
in
our
my
lines
brain.
and veils.
You're
I
right.
don't remember, to be quite frank.
That's
all right.
But I was very clear that
I see the note and I read it.
You see the note, so you go, okay.
So it was a 15 perception check.
Yeah.
Matthew also rolled a 15 perception check.
Wait,
He
what did
didn't
he
hear
say?
that
His
part.
hands are behind his back.
So, The note. You
Yeah.
go and see the note. Covered in blood, there's a grisly black ink. Even though the parchment is saturated, you can still read it. It only has 3 words. Come find me.
Do I recognize the handwriting?
No. No. It looks elegant, though. Very elegant.
All right. I am going to take the note.
Good. Very good decision. Well, you've said it now, so you're doing it. Okay, so you take the note. Great.
I take the note.
Anything else you'd like to do?
No, I'll do a quick cursory glance to see if he had any of legal documents pertaining to our case specifically.
Okay. So you remember from the time there was a desk drawer that he pulled your file out from. So that might be a good first place to check.
Yeah. So I go through his desk and all that stuff. I
So you
nicked
can
a
read,
copy of Law
right?
and Order
You can-
Season 7.
You can read, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're skimming through the various documents, and you remember just by a precursory glance that the case file was stated refugee crisis dash and a string of numbers, which you assume is a date, but and you notice very quickly it's alphabetized. It's not there. It's gone. Nothing to do with refugee. Nothing. No word. Nothing to indicate your case at all.
Okay. I leave, and I leave the door cracked, just as I found it.
Outside are 50 guards. You're done with that.
More gougers.
Oh, God, I'm back in jail.
Oh, I forgot to say, I took the knife and was holding it and was muttering about how I love murdering things because I'm a goblin.
So you exit.
Yeah, I do my check around the hallway. I exit, and then in this like a hallway of offices type of thing, I'm gonna do a quick pass looking for Ackelsted's office if they're labeled.
Right. So Ackelstead actually wouldn't be working in the courts.
Okay.
So his sort of position is one of, I don't have to go into specifics because you wouldn't know the
I would not
specifics.
know.
But you can go look, but we can save some time here and say that you're not going to find it.
Okay. Am I able to locate the courtroom where we were yesterday?
You had to go through it to get
Okay.
to the offices.
I'm gonna go back there.
Okay.
I'm gonna go up onto the magistrate podiums, the one that he was sitting at.
I know what you're about to do. Go for it.
And I'm going to do a little search there to see if I can find him, anything about him, so I can track him down.
Yeah. There is, as you get close, a very particular perfume smell that if you were to apply your tracking capabilities, perhaps you could follow it to somewhere to pins.
Nice.
Take a little...
A whiff.
Oh, God. Overwhelming everything.
So much wig powder.
Well, then I'm going to take the track action.
Do it. Was that a good or a bad?
17. Well, yeah.
You can tell that it leads out into the elevator, but for the most part, you can already sort of sense that it's extremely dissipated at this stage. So getting a cold cut trail directly to him is in your mind not going to happen, because I'm imagining you follow for a bit and it kind of dissipates at the exit of the courtroom. But you can tell he's moving towards the elevator at least.
Okay. I'm going to take the note out again. Make sure that there is no other markings that I missed, no scent.
So you're gonna investigate the note a little bit more. Okay, go ahead and do an investigation type of check. Yeah.
Perception or survival.
24.
Okay. You notice very quickly that this is not halfling blood. There's some halfling blood at the top where the blade was pierced.
That part.
But from this sort of visualization, he must have died from other means other than the stab wound.
Right.
Because there's very little blood that has trickled out onto the page.
He was
and what blood has trickled out, it's very congealed and viscous. The red tint
Little tap,
comes
little
from something else. I think that's the biggest takeaway here. There's no hair follicles or anything like CSI Miami
And
going on
then-
here, but yeah.
With that, so not halfling blood. Did I know what type of creature the observer was?
No, he wasn't actually present.
Okay.
So you've never seen them in the flesh.
Just the spiritual versions.
Oh, this makes my head hurt.
I'm gonna ride the elevator up,
Okay.
and then before I exit, I like sort of grab onto the railing, and there's like a deep breath before I like look out and look down at like the expanse that's below us into the water, staring at all the refugees, and then another breath before I release and start walking.
So what level? The refugee level or what level? Or have you gone to?
I want to go to the like housing home level, like
So
where
the housing is through storage on the second level. So market, storage, R&R down to housing.
okay,
So you can see it on the map there if you'd like. It's second level, far left.
second level. Okay, yeah, second level. So I'll like travel through like the market and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll,
I'll travel.
we'll pause on that.
Yeah.
Let's go to Torin.
I see Torin.
As you pass through, as the camera tracks the goblin, we freeze when he passes through the eyesight of Torin, who stands there bewilderedly at the anvil with his confusing axe.
He just thinks in his head, that is a crazy amount of layers. At least they're doing something productive. I should probably do something productive myself. And I am going to first try to kind of just study this new weapon and just try to get a feel for it, if it seems to have any magical properties outside of just being an axe, especially since what he's been through in order for this axe to come into being.
Ugh, I gotta get out the old documents.
My God.
Gotta get out the.
That's just for your axe.
All the axe. That's all Torin's axe.
That's beyond legendary.
Well, I guess I'll take out my nose.
That's just for your whole punch.
Finally.
You gonna need it.
Looking good, Torin.
Thanks, I've been doing a lot of watching.
A lot of watching.
Well, I meant the axe.
Montage back
Look,
on.
all the sweat dripping on from them stuff.
Yeah, you're almost in the swing radius.
From robots.
So, what do you exactly? So you're just trying to find out what about it?
I'd like to see if it's magical in nature first.
Well, go ahead and roll. I would allow you to do like a crafting kind of research roll in that regard.
Recall knowledge.
Get it?
It's so dark. What is that number?
Oh, that is a 22.
Oh, is it Goblin? All right.
All right.
22. We've got ourselves a 22 here. You learn that it's actually not an axe at all, but rather a really large bread knife. No. Okay.
Underbaked.
Underbaked.
Raw!
Rotten! Sorry.
You donkey! Anyway. Okay.
Gordon Ramsay, come be on our show.
I would say, from your experience, it feels like it has the capacity for magic. But it doesn't feel inherently magical in itself. It feels dormant. I will say, though, you can almost hear something as you look at it.
But easily then put... Is it sound like it's away from me or closer to the axe? Away from me or closer to the axe?
Closer to the axe. Oh, God.
I really wish we could see these scenes animated, because this would just...
I have an animator I could
Hey.
I could. He works for me. I could pay him, but I'm also I'm forcing him to make a cinematic trailer right now. So.
Hell, even animatics, I'd be fine with that.
Yeah, that's what he does. He does
okay.
World of Warcraft lore video animatic sort of deals.
As you guys are doing like actual smithing, you just see Torin out the side of your. He's got his head, and he goes closer to the handle, and then closer to the blade. Bend back to the handle, and then immediately puts his ear literally on part of the blade.
It's vibrating.
Sounds like a breath, and in the breath,
Caden?
ting, ting. Hammer on an anvil.
Well, that was a different rhythm than. Ding ding. Ding ding ding. Okay, it's not coming from them.
So you keep listening.
Yeah. Does it keep dinging? Just is it a constant ding dinging?
I'm only gonna ask this one time.
A ring dinger.
Are you sure?
If I'm continuously listening
If you
to
focus on listening.
it? Yes.
Okay. I will say that it feels uncomfortable.
You develop tinnitus.
You go blind. No. I know the hearing. Thank you. My dad has tinnitus.
gosh.
Yep.
That's how you get tinnitus. Sorry, that's Lucio from Overwatch. Like when one of my friends was a Lucio main, and every 5 seconds you'd hear, "That's how you get tinnitus. That's how you get tinnitus." Like over and over and over and over.
Yeah, Torin's too curious not to listen. If he hears that his axe is making literally the sounds of a forge, he's going to listen.
It's been nice knowing you.
Torin could have died from many things by this point.
New song.
Fredrick turns around
lucky
and Torin's
he's
just
still here.
asleep on the blade.
Guys, new song. Who this?
Oh, I've been playing this song all night.
I'll be here all night.
Sorry. Ting. 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 In the distance, ting is an individual. Ting. Standing in the darkness. Ting. In a forge. Near a forge, not in a forge, but next to a forge. I was focusing more on the beats than I was what I was saying.
So this is more like a vision.
Yeah, it is very much like the forge you saw in your dream when the axe first appeared. You can tell, even by the silhouetted visage, that this individual is a dwarf.
Were you the one that helped me?
You're very far away from it. It's like he's like in the far distance.
Were you the one that helped me make this axe?
That wasn't necessarily what I was implying. But, I mean, okay, so you yell. So there's a raging furnace. You see all these machinations moving, making noise. It's very loud over there. You can see, even over all of that, you can hear him breathing. Ting!
Is this forge just as ornate in like
It's almost identical.
in decoration as far as like my axe? Is it a very like beautiful kind of forge, or is it more gruff?
No,
and
it's
dark?
very ornate, very beautiful.
Well, I can tell that's not Caden. I'm gonna keep walking towards him. Are we making eye contact?
His back is turned to you. Like he's at the forge working. Ting!
You got a really nice forge here.
Ting! Ting!
Keep getting closer
Ting!
until I can probably see what he's making.
Ting! So you keep going.
Mhm.
Ting! As you get to the forge, what you see shocks you. It's a bronze mask. It looks identical to your face. Ting. He hammers away at it. Ting. Refining edges. Ting. Getting every last detail. Ting. The scars. Missing hair follicles. Ting. Everything. Ting. Just right.
I'm gonna look at the dwarf's face.
As you look up at his face, you notice he has none. It is sort of this gradient into gray. Not scary, not gross, not horrific, just not there.
Remarkable. Is this inside of my soul or something?
What is his skin color? Is he like my size, and does he have a fairly similar?
Yeah, it's the same skin color as you, yes.
This is like...
But it doesn't look like you. This doesn't look like a carbon copy.
Yeah.
It looks like somebody, like a kinman. Not you. I think you would
possibly
be able
like
to
an
tell.
ancestor or anything like that.
You could draw that
Cousin.
conclusion. There, you can draw that conclusion, sure. But it's you can tell that it's not. Even with the mask, it might insinuate, "Oh, is this person me? Like, is this some sort of vision?" No, there are marked differences. He's shorter than you, for instance.
Okay. Do I notice anyone else in this area? Just us.
Just you in this void. It's you and him. Him with this mask.
I take out. I imagine that I have this axe with me in this realm.
Do you have your axe in the realm?
With me here.
Yes.
After listening to it, just kind of like picking
Yeah.
my head up. I want to present it forward.
I noticed this the last time that I was here, and I wasn't sure whose it was. I put my rapier in a forge, and I got a battle axe instead. Did you make this? Or did I make this?
He raises his hammer high above his head. It energizes with this reddish hue and slams one last time. The mask is complete. He places the hammer aside, picks it up, and places it on his face. It bubbles for a second as flesh rends itself over the mask. He turns to face you. It's your face. And he smiles.
Who are you?
A friend?
Okay, what kind of friend? You know, I've got different kinds of friends. I've got like best friends, and then I've got like friends like Fredrick. Kind of confusing, but we're friends. But he doesn't really like to think that we're friends. Are you one of those friends, or are you like a best friend? Also, thank you for the axe. It's beautiful.
He reaches up and he grabs your shoulder and he smiles very softly and he says, "I'm a friend in creation."
Oh, yes. Understandable. I don't have many friends like that anymore. Growing up, I did. You know, my dad was doing, you know, what he did and whatnot. And anyway, I'm Torin.
Hello, Torin.
Is this like your place?
One of them, yes.
Are you inside my axe? I'm sorry. I've seen a lot of weird things in my life.
From my point of view, your world is inside my axe.
What's that mean?
It means whatever you think it means.
So you're a creator, and you create really cool stuff, but it's like we're inside your creation.
You're not as dumb as you look.
I'm really not. I like to think I'm pretty smart, yeah.
I can see now.
Thank you, yeah.
What do you see?
Right now I see a beautiful forge. I see an individual with strikingly good looks, by the way. And kind of a void.
This void, as you call it, is the extent of what you can see, because you limit yourself. If you wish to see more, all you have to do is want it.
Is that kind of like that weird feeling I had when I was on that raft and I was trying to cure our rations, and I had this idea that popped into my head, and through that I was able to make a device that was able to stabilize the corruption molecules within the food in itself, and it broke everything down to the molecular level. I'm sorry if I'm ranting. I kind of remember it, but I don't really remember how I did that.
It was a gift.
Do you have a name?
No.
That's okay. We sometimes do, you know, if your parents didn't give you one or something, you kind of have to make it like a name for yourself, yeah.
What would you like to call me?
I'll call you Cree. And last name, 8. It's like, kind of like my friend Claire. For whatever, it's like Claire, and then his last name's Rick. I didn't name him that, but now you're like Cree 8. It's a very powerful name.
He laughs, in a way that's almost sickly, at the joke. His sense of humor does not seem to be aligned with yours, but he recognizes it. No, hold on. It does not seem to be aligned with yours, but all the same, he recognizes it. And that repels you in a way. Almost as if he speaks your language, but not really. It's like a mimic, if that makes sense. That's fine. That's fine. Come. And he gestures you to the forge. And he asks, what do you see?
Well, you've been deep with me, so I'll be deep with you. When I look at a forge, I see limitless potential. The idea of no boundaries. Something that can be broken and reformed into something new. I know that's kind of stupid, but that's when I think of architecture, or, you know, good flame and hard steel.
Life is just that, isn't it? Ever changing.
Yeah?
Even people. One day, they're one way, and the next, they're not. I value those few who can see how things are always changing. How would you like to change, Torin?
Well, I mean, I'm changing every day, you know. Every day we're getting a little bit older. But I feel like there's a bigger meaning behind that. And I respect it, but I'd like to know more.
You, as you are incapable of achieving your goal. There is no sense in pursuing something that is impossible to do. I can remove that, but only if you want it. So I ask, do you want to change, Torin?
Like, almost too quickly, he responds,
Of course I'd want to change. I want to change the world. I want to make it better after supposedly what we did. I mean, what we did, but we didn't know what we were doing. And now
I was there. I saw it. With your eyes. You don't have to explain.
what do you want?
I want change myself, Torin.
Like a constant change, because like if things get good and you still want change, then you know that's kind of a little bit scary.
No. I am incapable of change. You see, I am unable to go beyond the lot in life that I've been given. But through you, perhaps one day, I do. You'll be able to change. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
How has it made you feel?
How's what made me feel?
His silence.
No, I assume you're talking about Caden, because last time I think I saw you. I was supposed to be sitting and talking with Caden. That's who you're talking about, right?
He doesn't say anything further. He just stares intently with your eyes.
I don't know, he's his own guy. I don't expect everyone to just be around to listen to me if they don't want to. It's their own right.
He raises his right hand and places it, just the fingertips, on your chest. No. And he reels his hand back and says, "Are you lying to me
Of course
or
I'm not.
yourself?"
I'm not lying. I'm really quite terrible at it. I'm really just not that kind of individual. I think, see what Caden and I had, or have, I don't really know if this is like a breakup or whatever it is, but people are free to do and feel and be whoever they want to be. I don't have any feelings against it. Whether he wants to talk to me and help me with my goals of making the world a better place, that's up to him. But if he doesn't care, then that's fine. I'm not going to be mad about it. It's a big thing instilled when I was a child, not to, hold on to anger and hold on to grudges, things like that. And so if he wants to talk to me, he knows where I am.
In his hand appears a simple ring. He asks, "What metal is this?"
Can I recall knowledge?
Yeah.
26.
It is a ring, a band of gold. But you notice subtly on its surface a scratch revealing iron underneath. It's a thin veneer, a plating. It's not solid gold.
I relay the information back to it.
This is you. A chip of iron, masquerading as gold, but under the slightest touch, you are revealed. I see you. I see your past.
Like, all of it?
Yes, every second. Only because you've let me see it. I've been there since your birth. Before it. I'll remain after your death. I know why you hide behind your gold veneer. I offer you something simple, something no one has ever given you. The ability to be.
To be. Don't really know what that means.
There is no answer and an infinite number of answers. It changes, you see. Every day you wake up, every day you face a new challenge or fall to one. It changes. I simply offer you the ability to see it clearly for the first time in your life.
Well, what do I have to do?
All you have to do is embrace me.
Can I do a sense motive?
Yeah.
Sense motive against.
Hey.
Well,
Really, just
Crete.
it's more of a sense.
Crete,
It's a sense
yeah.
motive against his intentions.
yeah.
K for the cup.
That's a nat 20. For a 27.
Okay. Would you like to know the DC? Just because.
I'd love that.
Sure.
The DC is 50.
So that would be a crit fail to put it just to a fail.
To a fail.
Oof.
Which would indicate that it is undecipherable for you. No, so if crit fail is wrong information. By the way.
Got lucky on that one.
So that would be a perfect time for like
Love
a
it.
mystery roll.
So
but
spicy.
But
I wanted to sort of unveil like the machinations of this world are not always bound to mortal mortal constructs.
Bound.
So it is your intuition and your intuition alone that allow you to know whether or not to make this decision. I'll say this: you're unable to detect malice, ill intent, and a lot of the normal classifications of entities that are beyond the scale of mortal kind don't always fall into two categories: good or evil. In some cases, you could classify Caden Callian's philosophy as evil, even though, in the Pathfinder rulebook with the alignment, it wouldn't do that. True freedom comes at a cost. Often does. And not everyone can have freedom simultaneously at points, which makes it sort of a super philosophy, unable to sort of rise above that sort of blockage. Causes actually a lot of people who follow Caden's life to end in terrible deaths, actually. You always piss off somebody. This individual has no ill intent as far as you can tell in your heart.
Okay.
As far that primal, there's nothing you can tell. But ultimately, the decision to do this is up to you. Perhaps there's more questions you might want to ask. Perhaps there's anything else. This individual seems to be relatively open.
I would say that there's not many individuals that I don't mind working with, and I don't have any feeling in my heart that you have any ill intent. But as long as we can promise that whatever this relationship is, as long as we can promise to be beneficial to each other and to the world around us, I wouldn't mind seeing the way it is that you spoke of.
His arms remain open.
Like in a hug?
He says to embrace, yeah. That's what he asked for.
Oh, sure, I can hook.
Okay,
That's
well,
it. Free
you know, I'm
candy
gonna-
van, sure.
Hey, I told
Can we
him.
get that part animated where he's just holding us in?
He's just holding his arm down towards
He compared me to a ring of
Yeah.
scratched and some
God.
philosophy stuff that went over my head, and now I'm gonna hug
Hey,
him.
at the
Whatever.
beginning of the session, he said he had daddy issues. We've covered it.
So I'll obviously ask pedantically, like this is. I've tried to cue this up to be more or less weighty. Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
Torin's a very fly by the seat of his pants type individual. I mean,
Chaotic.
He feels, yeah, he's chaotic good. He feels that he's done his absolute most
Simon isn't real.
in order to.
Thank God,
Thank
because
God.
you know all the stuff I'm doing would make no sense.
Yeah,
at all.
absolutely.
Go ahead.
But he feels like he's doing his utmost to
Not
ensure
not
that
this in particular, just
Yeah.
everything I've been doing. It just wouldn't make any sense. Go ahead.
he's just trying to make sure that he's done his most to ensure that this is a beneficial relationship. He's got this cool fucking axe. He's had this ability to create things for his friends that otherwise he wasn't getting because for whatever reason Caden was shutting down the phone lines. And he's dwarven, and he's also a smith, and he likes to create things, and that's all that Torin knows. And so,
A lot of, yeah. And he's not very smart.
and he's not very smart, but he has a good heart.
No, I would say he's people smart. I wouldn't say he's like intelligent, but that's not what's going on here. You're not having a battle of wits. Okay.
Oh, and as he's hugging, he said,
We do promise those things, right? That I did say, right? Like that's included before we stop embracing.
So I'm gonna say you actually can't say anything after the embrace.
okay.
So as you embrace, you feel a feeling, subtle, where his hands are placed. It's cold. He lets you go. After the embrace ends, and I'm kind of imagine you close your eyes like you would an embrace, like, you know, being like, oh, you know, rather than like keeping your eyes open. Does anyone open their eyes while they're like hugging somebody? I always
It just
like,
depends on how fast the hug is.
I like
How much I
consciously always
trust them.
close it. Yeah.
I don't know. Bro hugs, I don't really close my eyes. I'm like, you know,
I guess I haven't hugged
get
anybody
in
in a
and
long
sniff
time.
in.
Sad.
Anyway, upon retracting from the hug, the embrace, you can see it for the first time. Below you is a never-ending labyrinth. You're back in the forge. You feel heavier and look down at your arm. It's gilded.
What?
Like Claire.
Not just your arm, your entire body. It looks almost like a liquid metal to you. You have just gained a permanent passive +5
What the
to your
fuck?
AC.
Holy what?
Oh, wait!
Excuse the what?
Oh, shit.
Well, if he's gonna start throwing things that can hit that down the road,
I
then
don't-
we're all fucked.
I'm super
I
fucked.
don't quite
I'm dead.
think you all understand,
What he just did.
no, where you guys are going
Yeah.
yet.
Yup.
This is my sign to you. In the next coming couple of sessions, or however long it takes to get through the 7 days, you all best prepare in any way you see fit. Yeah, +5 permanent.
We'll have to go through how to change that on.
It's
here,
not
'cause
that.
I don't know.
I got you.
Yeah.
We can help you out.
You also feel a warmth. It's the axe. And one of the many edifices that include these creatures and other faces. One of the faces' eyes are now lit a red, the rest dormant. And you'll have to see what that means when you use your axe next.
Oh my gosh.
Ooh. And one of the sets of eyes, is you're saying it's glowing red.
It's glowing red. I'm going to tell you this supernaturally, without looking for it. You know. You know. Somehow. The mug is now ash. And in your heart, you will never hear from Caden again. And in your mind, you now begin to understand what the dwarf meant by the ability to see change. And I think that's what we're in our session tonight.
Oh
Christ, oh my gosh.
A little bit
Turn
early.
back to the forge. Claire has stopped to like wipe a little bit of spit off Torin's face while sleeping.
In the
I got
background.
very tired.
Oh my god.
So we have a lot of interesting threads.
That was not how I expected that to
Yeah, I
go.
felt like I got walked into like a different script. I was like learning information and like
into this-
mystery and intrigue, and then I'm like, someone got murdered.
Oh shit!
I thought that was gonna be fun for
That
you.
was fucking hilarious.
Because I have
That's
a lot.
called
Like,
an oopsie doodle.
so I mean, the way this. Hopefully, this gives you a clue as to how these next coming sessions are structured. I have a lot of just leads, bullet points.
Shit, that's happening. Let's
Some
go.
of which lead to the same places, and I'll edit that obviously as you guys play, but
Uh-huh.
to give you a wider net. But anything can happen. This is a time of change.
buddy.
So level 5.
Regularly without
Level 5?
even raising the
Level
shield.
5?
Stop pushing the poor man.
Bro. Like, I literally used that
Well,
fucking shield
well,
thing.
not yet.
Yeah.
Not yet. Not yet.
That's right.
Out of fucking...
I'll settle for a
Yeah.
plus 5 AC.
Because
That would be 20.
Crazy, right?
That's
dancing
crazy.
shield gives you.
That's
Plus
fucking
5
wild.
AC. Oh my
So, yeah.
god. Dreams.
A
God.
man would have a 28 AC if I cast dancing shield on him.
Yeah.
Hell yes. Untouchable.
No.
No.
No. No. Do not say that. Never say that.
I'm gonna keep saying it until
I'd have
it's
to roll a
false.
16 to hit him.
Yeah.
So it is.
Like-
It's only 10:15,
With
so
my
we ended a
first
little
one.
early, so we can
Yeah,
wrap a
thank
little
you.
bit here.
That's
if
fair.
like-
I guess I
Yeah.
hit him, but whatever.
Do I know if it's a demon entity? no.
Oh, no.
Does he care?
Are you willing to take that chance?
Oh my god.
That would
oh
make
my god.
almost half of the party. Oh gosh, no, that's over half the party now may have connections to demonic kind.
Well,
I don't
Fake
know
it
what
till you
you're
make it,
talking
right?
devils and demons are different.
Okay,
Fiendish.
fiendish
Fiendish.
kind. Yes. Connections also may.
Yeah.
You heard it right. I just gave the tank a +5 to his
I-
AC.
Don't like that. I don't like it.
Let's use these potency runes!
I'm still gonna go unconscious during your next fight.
We have one
Don't say
potency rune and
I
one
don't do
striking
anything for you
rune.
guys. 'Cause
Use the
I
weapon
do.
potency on your.
I got a bloody note.
Oh,
I
hey, what's
still
up,
don't know
Dilly?
what that
Welcome
hat
back.
does. I have
Sorry,
a
I
magic
didn't see your
hat
messages.
that I don't know
Hi,
what
Dilly.
that
Hello,
does.
Give me
hello.
the striking
Don't
rune.
I
everybody
got
talk
so
at
much
once.
shit to figure out.
Everyone
I'll
is
take
talking
the
at the same
+1.
time. We're still on stream, guys.
Oh my god.
Let me check that.
Everyone's
Yeah,
just
what's
freaking
gonna be
out.
with
I just
Fredrick's
looked it
sword?
Yeah.
Murder.
I love the
Mayhem.
Damascus steel aspect of
So
it. That was sick.
gorgeous. It
Yeah.
like,
Damascus, because that's how Damascus steel is
gorgeous.
made. I
That's
love
how
that.
Japanese swords, Damascus steel, layered steel is all made. Yeah.
I love that. That's so cool.
Sounds
Oh
so
my
pretty.
gosh.
Yeah.
Because the way that Damascus
You'll
steel
take
also looks
potency.
is so fucking cool.
Yeah, it's very cool.
I love how it looks. So I'm imagining like a
Them big
long
asses,
sword
baby.
looking like that is so cool looking.
Well, there's a lot of metal.
Yeah, no, I know. That's why I'm saying it. It's so cool.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting.
Oh.
Oh man, you guys are in for one
Yeah.
hell of a treat. I gotta be honest. This,
Yeah.
Also-
my whole
I'll say,
puzzle.
I got stressed when you started bringing up Delruth. I was like, what are you going to tell him? And then it was like the layout of the city. And I was like, wow, the most mundane information that is still news to this guy.
3.
Genius. Like,
Exactly.
I thought that was really
That's
good.
one of the
I was like,
one of the times where I'm
fuck
like,
yes.
the intelligence between me as Morgan and Witton actually matched, unlike in the court case where it did not match, and I was just sitting
You
there
did
floundering.
fine.
That was funny.
I was just like, shit.
So,
there were
were
so
you-
many times.
So, are you a psychopath or what, man?
There were so many times where I was just like, look, Witton is good in society. Can I just roll for it? Because, like, I am not Witton.
3.
Roll.
I am not Witton, but
Damn.
my gosh.
Yeah. How
on top of your.
how you feling? How you feeling there, Christian?
I mean, honestly, I feel good.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about it at all.
Feeling great.
You got more cool stuff than you had before.
All you had to
knows
do
what
is
it was?
you love hugging people. All you had to do is hug.
He hugged me. He took my face for a second. Gave me this
For a
cool-
second?
That was real
Gave me
creepy, though.
blueprints when Caden didn't give me shit.
Yeah.
When
That
was
was-
the last time that you've heard from Caden that, or like Caden's appeared
A spit
to
bottle.
Torin?
Yeah, this would have been before the fall.
Yeah. It was the spit bottle thing.
I
The
mean, I
rest
think
before going up the
Okay.
spire.
I think it was pretty much like after we
Okay,
set
yeah.
all hell loose. Caden was like, "Are you fucking serious?"
And then he dipped.
And then I was like, "But you
Because
didn't
you
tell me
did-
what to do, Caden.
you
You
saw
fucking say
him.
shit, Caden."
You saw him in like the tavern just
He
before.
yelled at me once, and then another
He
time
yelled at you,
I
he
yelled
gave
at
you
him,
spit.
and then he was like, "I'm proud of you. You yelled at me." And then, like, it was like, "What?"
I truly
Well,
love Caden, and I'm
Caden-
very sad if we don't ever
Caden-
get to see him again.
We won't.
I know.
His voice was so cool.
Caden's
Anything's possible.
Hey, you know what I said? You know, hey, just kidding. It's been me the whole time. You know, I know. But I
I'm
mean,
Grim.
Caden is the god of free will. And I think ultimately the crux decision, even though I try to make things feel weighty and important and whatever, it came down to the transmutation of directly choosing to put your rapier into the forge. And Caden's presence was there. He was watching you.
Yep.
So I feel that it was him allowing you to choose.
Yeah.
And you did.
Yeah.
That's the end of it, at least in my interpretation. And quite frankly, I wasn't actually thinking about anything that deep when I was like going through it. But like I normally don't, and then find meaning
After the
afterwards
fact, yeah.
a lot of times. In that case, it worked out. It felt like a moment where he was letting you do practicing what he preaches, and you opted to go a different route. Good or bad, I don't think it's a cause for like evil or good. Like I said, even Caden, under a particular perspective, is why I love him so much. Is that he's not really a great god. He's kind of scuffed, and he was
human.
He's a Chilean, Chilaxian.
Well, it's also
Chilaxian.
a lot of
Chilaxian.
a lot of my Caden.
I think that's right, right? Chilaxian.
I think so.
Yeah.
A lot of my
Um,
Caden
chillax,
abilities dealt
bro.
with food and corruption as well as mind control.
It was such a toxic relationship,
That was super
is what Dilly says.
and
Nice.
so
You're free of, now you have your dwarfen bro.
We like
But
Caden.
now-
Caden was great.
everybody's like, "You guys are so powerful because you're bound."
was a fun time.
They about to find the fuck out.
They're about to find out. Oh god.
Because I mean, on top of what you've got going, and then
We'll
Tanky
see.
Boy.
This also
Little
does mean
chonker.
your
Oh, what I got going?
Caden abilities are gone.
I figured,
Yeah.
I think we already talked about that.
Yeah.
Man, you're in an interesting position. I'm interested to see where your character goes. There's a lot of different ways it can
Yeah,
play
I got
out.
a current projected path based on the story, but we'll see how it shifts.
We're
That's
just
not-
talking to
honestly,
a crazy
to me, it's less clear than probably what you just said in my mind.
Yeah.
I'm not because again, like I'm gonna put you in situations. I don't know what you're gonna do
Yeah.
at all. I genuinely have no clue. Because again, most of my situations are always bittersweet every time. It's
Yeah.
like, well,
There's
Dang.
nothing that's sweet in this world anymore.
I just think it's more interesting, personally. Anytime it's like, well, I can do this for myself or others, and it has consequences for both or whatever, and it's
Counterpoint.
not like
In a world like Mourne, something sweet would be interesting because it's out of the ordinary.
is that an implication you want
I
some
wouldn't
fun,
trust it.
goofy?
Immediate
No, I'm
judgment.
Summon
just
butterflies.
Hello, Laura Banshee. We just wrapped up. You should definitely, might I say, you should definitely skim through the upload on this one because Torin, your favorite character, of course, as you've said many times on stream.
Oh, hey man, thanks. Hey man.
Oh, hey, Sid's here. I didn't know that Sid was here.
She's
What's up,
always here.
Skibidi? Skibidi.
Jeez.
Anyway, but yeah, what a heck of a show. That was a lot. I was kind of honestly. I'm gonna taboo myself. I was kind of being tricky when I was like, I don't know how to do a city session. I don't know what I'm gonna do.
You had a plan.
I always have a plan. Nothing is too hard for me. Surprise. I had a plan all
Full faith
along.
in you from the beginning. Don't you worry.
Also matching turtleneck with the GM. Who? Me? You?
What?
Who has a turtleneck? Or you
Probably
do?
the person commenting.
Yeah.
How about you stop being such a smartass, Annabelle?
Absolutely
Paige.
not.
So
I'm
he's-
really vibing with this energy. I think I'm gonna keep with it.
But I'm
Okay,
interested.
that's just Paige.
The last thing I'll ask before we wrap, it's 10:22. Is what are you guys' thoughts on what's happening with Torin? I'm curious to hear what you guys think.
I do not think
We
that it is
have-
a good entity. I don't think it's necessarily good.
I have notes, right?
Have you listened to
Cursed
this entire
weapon,
campaign?
God
There is
living,
no good.
God living.
There's
in
no-
a
There's no
sentient
abhorrent
weapon.
bad either.
God of the
like I don't do
Forge.
any of
I don't
that.
know.
Like, it's boring.
No,
man.
I mean like
That's why I
what
hate
used to
people
be-
like God's like. That's why I literally killed Iomade immediately. Like, you want to know why? I hate lawful good.
pure good. Yeah.
I
The
hate
lawful
it.
good,
So
yeah.
I just killed her. I didn't want her to even be an option for
Yeah.
anyone. I wanted her to be dead.
Sorry, God.
Well,
no
no, I
offense
mean-
to Iomade. Like, I was gonna say I don't. Anyway, people who like Iomade.
Yeah.
No offense. It's just
I meant in the terms of like what used to be alignment. Like this is not a good being. Like lawful, chaotic, neutral, whatever.
I don't know.
I
wasn't
do
paying
not.
attention.
Based on the way that you were like the creepy ass smile that you,
You had a
gave them.
creepy vibe, and I think that was on purpose.
Oh yeah.
I actually like the subtle
Oh yeah, and the
Irish accent.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's more Scottish.
Was that I don't.
Yeah,
I was
yeah,
just
you got
mimicking
there.
whatever Torm
Yeah.
was.
I mean, for
Yeah.
Torin, he's not worried at all.
I guess it is
'cause,
Scotch,
I
yeah,
mean, people when they first saw Claire was also just like, oh, it's a fucking monster,
Yeah.
and he's his best buddy. So
But yeah, what Paige and I wrote down was cursed weapon ? And that was what she wrote.
I wrote that.
And I wrote God in a living sentient weapon or a sentient weapon or something like that. And I'm like,
Taking a page off of Skyrim's playbook. or
I
something
mean,
like-
sentient weapons have like always been a thing
Some
in
god
fantasy.
that's
stuff.
associated
actually,
with the
it's crazy you brought that up.
Forge, Maybe.
I wrote a report on sentient weapons from Tolkien, like in college.
Really?
Yeah, for is a honors guy,
Gotcha.
Thorndike. He had a Tolkien class, and I wrote
I heard those honors classes sucked.
what?
I heard those honors classes sucked.
I actually really liked his
Really?
his Tolkien class.
Okay. Oh
Yeah.
well,
it's a
sure.
class.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
But like the
Yeah.
general,
Like-
I don't know.
I mean,
heard
honors
only
program
bad
wasn't
things.
great. No.
Yeah.
But I met my favorite professors were in honors. Dr. Byrne was. God bless you, Dr. Byrne. I don't know if you're dead.
If you're even dead.
He was older. I
Maybe
mean, he
you're
was
dead
like in
now.
his late 50s, early 60s.
Yeah.
He wasn't like ancient, but like people die, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if he's around. I know he retired.
Well, gotta
Godspeed,
tell him.
Dr. Byrne. I need to tell him like, hey, because he this is gonna sound really weird, but like you offered like does any specifically he only offered it to like I guess male students because it only he's old and couldn't clean his house, so he's like, can someone come and build bookshelves for me and mow my lawn for like a couple $100? I was like, yeah, I'll do that. And I went there and I cleaned his house, organized his CD collection and stuff like that, and he showed me he had like hundreds of miniatures, like from like battle reenactments. The guy had written 3 or 4, 5, 6, 7, I don't remember, books on the Black Plague. Look up Dr. Byrne, Black Plague. That guy's he's a wild dude. But yeah, he was one of my favorite professors. Really like made me feel like he actually cares about like students, but not in like a pedantic way, like in like you owed yourself to take yourself seriously way, if that makes sense. But yeah, that Tolkien class with Thorndike was less exciting. It would have been awesome if it was Byrne, but
Yes.
yeah, there's a lot of sentient swords in Tolkien.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
How many
Anyway.
others? How many people we still got?
I don't know. Bye. Grimm's Dungeon is back, baby. Best show on the internet. Blowing your minds every session.
5 more arcs.
Best worst show.
1,000 more
ever.
arcs.
Tell your friends. Tell your friends. Tell your friends.
Hiya!
Tell your friends. Tell everybody. Go watch our shorts. Tell local game stores. Tell friends and family about us, please. That's all we care about. We want to get kind of looking
We're
at
in
getting
the
like
Nashville
some
area.
Nashville
baby.
adjacent. We're in an undisclosed location. Please do not tell them where. I have people who stalk me. Okay, I'm not
Don't
important,
dox.
all right.
Don't dox. dox us.
Yeah, don't dox us.
Don't
But
dox
hey,
us,
thank you guys so
please.
much for watching, and remember, keep it creepy. See ya.
Hey!
Best
Nice.
for the show.